Later.
Welcome, 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 indeed, to the return of James Bond. The long overdue return of the ongoing quest to explore the history of James Bond video games, hopefully to be concluded at some point in 2025. What's up, folks? What's up, Goaty, Dark Rift, Mudbound Dragon, Nico Jazz, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? Happy Saturday. And I hope you are as excited as I am for the mobile phone adaptation of the novel chronicling, the first, I should say, novel chronicling the adventures of young James Bond in boarding school. Well, I guess he's at least in school in part of the first novel. I'm not sure exactly where things go from there. But we are indeed playing SilverFin, a Java phone game from 2006. And I'm very curious what it's going to be like. As far as I'm aware, I am at least capable of running the game. Obviously, I don't want to play too much ahead of time, lest I spoil myself of anything exciting. So hopefully it'll actually work, but we'll see. We'll see. Mobile phone games. I mean, it sure is a underexplored and I was gonna say undercovered. That's the poor choice of words. However, inadvertently appropriate. Talking about spy thriller action, but yeah, you know, not a lot of people think about these games too much. Not a lot of people have a lot of knowledge or interest or respect for these games, but you know, they were kind of a big deal for a hot minute, and there's definitely some interesting stuff there. And you know, as we get into the 2000s, when it comes to James Bond video games, a fairly decent chunk of them are going to be mobile games. And the mobile game sort of group of Bond games in particular, I think, cover probably a wider range of genres and themes than any other Bond games, really. I suppose we might have slightly less in terms of action, but, well, that's not entirely true either. I think it's more that the action in them is maybe not as elaborate as in other games, but we do get driving games and shooting games and card games and trivia games, and whatever SilverFin is going to be, I think it's some kind of an adventure game sort of a thing. So that's pretty interesting, I think. Small games for a small bond. Yeah, maybe so. We will get to that very shortly. I had, as previously mentioned, kind of put off continuing Games Bond because I was kind of, in hindsight, it was a needlessly like complicating the logistics of it, but I was thinking that since these games are probably pretty small and we've got like this whole bump of mobile games coming up, that, you know, we might be able to cover more than one game per stream. And the game following SilverFin is Casino Royale. So, of course, we'll want to watch the film before we play the game. But I kind of wanted to make sure to have seen the film before we got to SilverFin in case we finish that quickly and would immediately want to jump onto Casino Royale. But I just kind of decided, or I finally, after so many of these kind of delays of getting to it, I figured, you know, fuck it. Why don't we just play SilverFin? Why do I have to overcomplicate it like this? And once I kind of made that decision, I also realized that, you know what? Even if it's like a 20-minute game and we're done, there's going to be so much other chatting and spreadsheets and whatever other shit around it that, like, I could probably extend that to a 4-hour stream if need be. But even then, if we're done in 2 hours, then we'll just move on to something else. And it's like, you know what? That's such a easier and more plain, simple way to figure out the logistics. So I don't know why I didn't consider that in the first place. In any case, we will not be covering more than one Bond game today, but should the game prove to be a brief experience, then we shall move on to something else. There will not be any shortage of video games that we could be entertaining ourselves with, so let's not worry too much about that. As far as the ongoing development of the year 2025 and you know, what changes or evolution or whatever the hell we'll see on this channel, I'm trying to set a few things in motion. And something we talked about around New Year's was a kind of update to channel point rewards. And I've had a couple of ideas, and I have decided to finally launch, I guess, implement one of them, which if you click the Jigbuck button down there in chat, you should see that we now have a brand new reward for box art reviews for a mere 2,500 Jigbucks. You can provide me with a cover art for a game and I will give it my review. And hopefully that will be a fun thing that is not too overly disruptive to the stream experience. Doesn't involve as much physically searching around for stuff. It doesn't involve me getting confused about what to do or having to think of something on the spot. So, and I feel like it's more, well, I don't know about more on brand, but it's pretty on brand. So I thought it might be a fun thing. We'll see how that goes. What's up, Jimmy Poopins? Always with the friendly reminders. I could go with a little bit of hydration. Why not? Which reminds me, now that we are live, I think it is also time, if I can find the button for this. Actually, let me just go through here. I think it's about time that we bring back a certain community challenge. We are indeed, once again, starting up the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday night bonus stream. And I think I have this all pre-configured because I did set this up a while ago and it looks like we have this. Let me just double check. Yeah, this looks all right. So yeah, without further ado, let's do it. We've taken about half a year off, and we shall see if people are excited to dump their jig bucks into it. I'm sure some of you are. And we'll see how quickly we can reach that 150k goal. And once we do, we shall pencil in another Viewer's Choice fighting game stream into the schedule. First one in a long time, but I feel ready. Realizing now that maybe I should adjust the sound levels of those coin noises. Actually, maybe I should do that right away. Let me, since I was in configuring this stuff right away anyway. Yeah, there we go. Let me just lower the volume of this just to, yeah, let's do around 69%. That's nice and even. There we go. From 28 wanted me to review Macaw's Waterworld cover. I'm afraid that would be well, I mean, I was gonna say it would be a conflict of interest, but I mean, I could, I mean, certainly, you know, so obviously for a bit of context there, I drew the cover for Macaw 45's Kevin Costner's Waterworld, and there was certainly thoughts I have about how that was executed that I could expound upon. Yeah, of course I understand that that's the joke, Crumb, but not everyone else might. If I go on explaining why it would be weird, it might not make sense. Either way, I'm not going to do it without the proper funds being allocated towards it. Not giving away freebies, you know. Anyway, the box art review is going to be there, and it's I forget exactly what kind of limits I set on it, but there's some kind of limitations there to hopefully keep it from being too disruptive. It was unpaid work. I was paid an exposure, and that exposure has led to about, I think, 3 sales of posters for which I received $0 currently, because I've not yet reached the threshold for payouts on any of that. But for those 2 or 3 people who got one, I sure hope they enjoyed it. I enjoyed working on it, so it's not skin off my back. But yeah, the idea is not for me to review my own work, but rather give my my esteemed thoughts on the artistic merit of whatever box art, good or bad, people would like me to chime in on. So I just wanted to mention that and make people aware that that's a thing now. So if that catches your interest, feel free to request one. And when you do, you can either provide me with a direct link to an image, or just tell me what game it is, and I'll make the effort to dig it up myself, I suppose. Anyway, I think that's about enough housekeeping, and we should move on over to the Games Bond scene and set the stage a little bit for today's adventure. What's up, why not?
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Marty.zone request. Sorry, I was laughing there because apparently I configured this incorrectly. I thought I had set this up right. That's not the correct sound effect, but I believe Xanadu for PC88 probably is just like one of my Japanese animes, so it's kind of worked out. But let me fix that before I go any further.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Oh, I see what I made here. I changed the sound effect on the wrong redeem. That's what happened. Starting the year the proper way with a prime sub from Vinot729. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, let's fix this sound effect. We just quickly find the cover art. Could give me something that's like easy. All right, hopefully this, I mean, there's okay, let me, this requires a little bit of effort to make sure I get the correct one. I don't know, can I find this on Game FAQs? Like, I don't trust Game FAQs for Japanese computer games, but it might be on there. No, wait, not the BBC Micro text adventure. Is that Xanadu Dragon Slayer 2? Alright, okay, I think we got it. Okay, looks like it's the same cover for, but let me see if I can find it in more than like 200 pixels size. Alright, okay. I think I found it. It's for the Sharp X1, but it's the same box and it's not 50 pixels large. So I think it'll work. Need to, okay. All right, I'm figuring out how to set this up to make this as streamlined as possible. Hopefully I'll have less trouble next time. But okay. Let's oh, well, never mind. I pressed a button expecting something to happen, but there we go. Now something is happening. Welcome to Box Art Review. Let's take a look at the cover for Xanadu. It's pretty sick. Yeah, I can't do any elaborate zooming or anything here. You just have to take this in and see it in its full glory. A new type real-time role-playing game by Falcom. Art directed by Ko Yokoyama / photo by Masuki Okumura. That's pretty sick. You got like the cover art credits right on the cover. It's pretty sweet. I mean, dioramas with the miniatures and puppets and that shit is usually pretty sick. And it's got a pretty cool atmosphere and composition. I'm not the biggest fan of the way the cover artwork, like the photograph, intersects with this kind of framed box, and then you have the logo covering like the edge of it. You can get by claiming that it's like a deliberate framing of things, and the cover's not too covered, like the image isn't too covered up by like stickers and icons and stuff. But if the artwork's like properly accounting for that stuff, and there's like not a lot going on over in the corners, it doesn't matter if like a square inch of pavement is covered up by a company logo. And I feel like in this case, if the photograph had it extended to the edge of the box, it would have been sicker. But that's pretty much the only complaint I have. You know, the colors could be more poppin', but I'm sure the kind of broody atmosphere is appropriate. And, you know, it's still a photograph, so it makes sense. All in all, 4 stars. Pretty good. All right, thank you very much for that. Without further ado, let's move on to Game Spawned. About to lose my voice, but that's all right. So let me actually hydrate.
What have you got there? A box?
Well, I guess never mind. Can I show this on stream, Macaw? I'm not really sure. I think Twitch might cancel me if I show this on stream. But the Secret of Kabbalah for PC-88, it's pretty sick. The game is so insane, it takes place in Greece. See, I would not perhaps have guessed that. The cover art features Nazi soldiers, a swastika, another kind of symbol. I'm not really sure. Like the symbols are kind of hovering above this demonic Beelzebub apparition slash statue slash aura appearing behind what appears to be a naked woman being tortured. I think the painterly technique is a little leaves a little bit of something to be desired. And I see what they're going for with the color choices. I think they're overall pretty good, but the visual hierarchy is a little weird with the swastika and the cross symbol kind of popping a little bit more than anything else, and the fact that the guy in front is kind of darker than the lady. I don't know. I feel like the value ranges are create a slightly odd visual hierarchy. I think the demon in the back looks awesome. I think the overall idea and composition is very compelling. But I think the artistic execution, like on a technical level, it's got a little bit. It's one of those covers for sure where like the concept and the overall atmosphere of it is very powerful. But it's not like a fully top tier cover on the grounds of technical execution, in my personal opinion. Well, we can do this. I'm not going to show the image, but I'll give it 3 stars. And I also realized I need to get rid of the actually, I'm going to just do this right now. I'm just going to get rid of this. There we go. Oh, clashing of review scores and musical playback overlay. So there you go. 3 stars for Kabara no Himitsu for PC88.
What have you got there? A box?
All right. So I think I'm gonna have to like. Well, we'll see. This is fun. I don't mind, but we're probably gonna have to instill some kind of cooldown settings on this. Luckily, there's a limit to how many redeems we can get at least. We didn't lose 240k points on a bet, or can make entire streams of Jiggy reviewing boxes. See, that's what I want to avoid. So I'm gonna have to fine tune the kind of cooldowns. Then again, like there is a limit, so I'd rather do like a review segment of just like reviewing 10 boxes and then moving on with my life. Like my biggest worry is that it would be like a steady interruption of like every 20 minutes. So this is probably better. Mr. Raid, I want to review the cover for Beatmania 2DX 15 DJ Troopers for PS2. Let's see if we can find that, and let's see if it's gonna. Let's see if we can show that on stream. I'm gonna guess so. All right, I think we found it here. Hopefully it's decent quality. It looks like it. Let's do a box art review. Beatmania 2DX 15 DJ Troopers. I mean, when you're 15 chapters into the sequel to Beatmania, you've got to start, you know, get creative. I think it's a little, I don't know, like on the one hand, I find it a little weird that it's like I have to look pretty hard to see anything that feels like Beatmania. But when you're this deep into the series, that might be exactly what you need. Without the full context of Beatmania history, I feel like I'm a little ill-equipped to judge it on that level. But I think as far as the theme goes, it's like kind of cool. As far as like how the theme is executed, I mean. I like that we at least get a faint image of a turntable, even if it's over some sort of apocalyptic war-torn city in the background. Maybe that camouflage pattern on the left and right edges is like a little bit much. There's like a few many things layered on top of each other, perhaps. If we just had like the abstract background, if the background was like fully Beatmania with like the orange halftone pattern turntable and the animes in front, I might think that's better. Gotta say though, this person sitting down's got some pretty slick fashion going on with the camo dress suit and layered do-rag combo. I think the sexy anime lady, however, she doesn't really seem to fit the DJ Troopers theme. She doesn't really, you know, as far as a generically hot anime lady, she's a little bit undercooked, and she doesn't seem like, it's not, you know, this fusion of themes between like military anime action and like cool ass, you know, Bemani dance club music. It's got me a little bit confused. I think the illustration level, you know, on a technical execution, it's level is pretty good, but I'd say all in all, 3 stars. I'm already excited about all the wonderful cover arts for games I will be educated
what have
about.
you got there? A box?
And we're about to receive more education, it seems like. Ninja Scooter Simulator for the Commodore 64. All right, let's see if we can find that. All right, it looks like... Okay, let me... Again, it's on Game FAQs. Let's see if it's... All right, we got okay cover quality here. Okay. Let's do a box art review. This time it's Ninja Scooter Simulator for the Commodore 64. This is, I think, the Amstrad version technically, but it's the same for all these. This is the one that was in like decent quality. So I presume this is a tape. Guessing by the format. Which, you know, if you had it in hand, makes a little bit of a difference, like with how you use the canvas, right? Same with, you know, comparing a Game Boy box to like a Neo Geo box, or, you know, what's it called? Laser Active or whatever. So you got to make it striking. But I don't know. I mean, I'm compelled. It's, you know, as far as Ninja Scooter simulators go, it's got, not only does it have ninjas and a scooter, it's got skulls. But I think the artistic execution level here is not particularly high. We've got about 5 or 6 competing perspectives on the scooter alone. We've got some kind of vaguely melting skulls. I don't know what's going on with the blade of that sword. In fact, I don't really know what's going on with many parts of that sword. Let alone the hands of this supposed ninja. We've got what I'm sure is a very common occurrence as far as British ninja video game cover arts go, in that the guy is wearing some kind of highly nondescript pajamas. I mean, obviously, the 80s, we didn't perhaps have the same resources as we do today in terms of finding reference. But this is like someone who was told over the phone, over a very crackly connection, what a ninja is and what they look like. Because this is not a very convincing or cool looking one. So conceptually, I think, you know, someone being asked to illustrate a Ninja Scooter Simulator, I think they had a pretty alright idea, even though I'm not a huge fan of the sort of sticker on top of this, you know, fucking licorice all sorts background. But the concept I can give some credit, but the quality of the art just does not really hold up. So I'm gonna say 2 stars. So I'm not sure if we're going back to Games Bond here, or if we've got more impending reviews. But let me just address comments in chat in the meantime. What's up, Toxic Avenger? Weren't ninjas taboo? Not exactly. There was basically the was it the BBFC, the Film Classifications Board, who like for a period of time was very harsh against certain depictions of martial arts related stuff. So you got a lot of edits in films and changed titles and stuff like the changes to
What have you got there?
Turtles.
A box?
But that was specifically the BBC broadcast version. And in some cases, because of the cartoon show being like the major kind of vessel for that brand, you saw other things like video games and comic books use that like alternate branding. But it's not as if depicting ninjas in any case, like anywhere, was illegal. Like there's no ratings board or other government body regulating Commodore 64 cover art. So it was more of a pretty specific section of like sort of regulation of culture where some of those things were heavily edited or forbidden, but not I wouldn't say it was like culturally taboo. Final79 wants me to review the cover for Ultima Underworld. I assume that's the Stygian Abyss. Let me see if we can find this. Yeah, I've seen this before. Let's see which version. Yeah, this one looks alright. Alright. Let's do a box art review. Up next, we've got Ultima Underworld, the Stygian Abyss. I would say this is extremely highly powered. I think it's interesting that the environment is like very plain and simple. I'm not talking about like artistic quality, just like the design of it. Because it feels partially that it's designed to not, like, it's basically as decorated and elaborate as you would expect a late 80s, early 90s video game dungeon to be. But there's like an interesting layout to the perspective, and like we see all these staircases, and obviously the lighting and the colors makes the main subject, the character in the center, really pop. And we've got this lurking, I'm not sure, orc or whatever it is here in the foreground. The nice sort of rim lit framing of the doorway. Obviously the quality and style of painting is really, really high level. I think this is a good example of what I was talking about before. Like, if the layout accounts for it, it's not really too big of an issue if you got some logos and stuff in the corners. Like, you still get the idea of this lurking creature. So, you know, obviously if you had this on a poster or something, you know, you wouldn't mind not having that giant sticker on the bottom left or what have you. But it doesn't really detract from the overall impression of the cover, in my opinion. I do think, aside from the title being like the subtitle being a little bit hard to read, I don't think the contrast is like really great there. I don't find there to be much to fault this cover for, but I do think it is a little bit lacking in some kind of X factor when it comes to the maximum like excitement, holy shit levels. Like, the art's really good, it's a really cool concept. I think it might be maybe that the sort of somber mood and kind of, I'm not sure if simplicity is the right word for it, but it's a little it's like in terms of what's going on in the scene, it's like kind of minimalist, I guess. It's not really the right word for it, but I feel like it's lacking something to make it like a full mega god powered cover. Like, it is really good, but I feel like I have to make room for something extra for what a full 5-star rating means. So 4 stars. really good, but there's got to be stuff out there that has me more excited than this. But yeah, not a bad cover by any stretch. All right, hope you enjoy that. Let's see if we can advance slightly further in what we're doing here before we have more reviews taking over the rest of the stream. SilverFin. Mission number 35 in the ongoing adventure of James Bond. SilverFin is an isometric adventure game in which the player controls a young James Bond. The player progresses by pushing obstacles, finding keys to open doors, and collecting items, all whilst avoiding patrolling enemies. That doesn't sum up a true James Bond experience. I'm not sure what does. The game is based on Charlie Higson's 2005 young Bond novel of the same name and coincided with the release of its sequel, Blood Fever. Let me get some stuff in order here. I've not done a tremendous amount of research on this, but I did do a little bit, and I was I found that there's some stuff that we should look through and orient ourselves with by kind of reading the summary on Wikipedia. But before we get to that, let's see here. Bear with me for a moment. Trying to remember how to do James Bond streams. So here is the original cover for the British release in 2005. Meet Bond, James Bond, and SilverFin. There's a few other different editions over the years with different covers. Whatever, this will do. So this was indeed book 1 in the Young Bond series, and I'm not sure how many books there were, but from a quick Googling, there appears to have been at least 4 or 5. There was also, a few years later, SilverFin, the graphic novel, based on the first bestseller in the explosive Young Bond series. This is actually pretty sick cover art in its own right. Meet Bond, James Bond. So, yeah, this the book first came out in 2005, and the second book, as mentioned, came out a year later with this game based on the previous one released alongside it. And I figured it honestly. Oh, as I was kind of looking and setting things up here the other day, I had a kind of interesting realization, which is that, to my knowledge, this is the only, or at the very least the first, James Bond video game to be a direct adaptation, but not of a film, but of a book. There have been no video game adaptations of any of the Ian Fleming novels. But we do get a video game adaptation of this sort of spin-off young James Bond novel. And it made me think that, like, you know what? We've watched these movies. Whenever we play a movie-based game, we make sure to watch the film first for context and to sort of be able to judge the adaptational, quality and aspects. And I was like, wait, maybe I should read the book. And it's like, maybe it's a little bit of an overcommitment to read a novel. I mean, it's like I don't know if it's a kid's book exactly, but it's like for younger readers. So I don't think it's like too long or too arduous of a task to read it. But I would probably spend more time reading the book than playing the game. But I did quickly look into the availability and cost to purchase this book. And I thought, maybe I'd get the graphic novel version and read that. However, in lieu of watching a film or reading a book together, it does appear that the Wikipedia page has a fairly extensive plot summary. So spoiler alerts for this book, I guess. But I thought we can go over the plot summary so we kind of know what to expect, and we can sort of... I feel like without it, we are likely to not have any clue what anything is supposed to be in the game. I mean, other than young Bond, school, I don't know. But there seems to be, like, plot and dialogue and whatnot, so I reckon... Like, if other mobile games are anything to go by that I've played, the narrative aspects are probably going to be quite truncated, so having a little bit more reference for what it's... yeah, frame of reference, what it's supposed to be depicting, might be helpful. So, let's see here. Give me a moment. Here we go. The Wikipedia page for SilverFin. It actually mentions here, SilverFin's success spawned a mobile game published by Player One on January 5th, 2006, in conjunction with the release of the second novel in the Young Bond series, Blood Fever. The game features 3 locations, 15 levels, and a variety of enemies that the player must avoid. Interesting. Because Fleming never explicitly said when James Bond was born, Ian Fleming Publications and Charlie Higson chose the year 1920 as his birth year. SilverFin takes place in 1933, so we get to play as 13-year-old James Bond. How exciting. Plot summary. SilverFin is broken up into 3 parts in addition to a prologue. In the prologue, an unnamed schoolboy is attacked by eels, attracted to a bleeding fishhook cut while fishing in Loch Silverfin. Then from nowhere, a mysterious eel-like man runs and jumps into the loch and tries to save him. Already starting off on a pretty unexpected and exciting note here. The first part of the book chronicles James Bond's starting attendance at Eton College, an elite English boarding school. There he meets Pritpal, the son of an Indian Maharaja. The two become good friends and live together in the dorms, along with another of his friends, a Chinese boy named Tommy Chong. That's quite a choice of name. But fair enough. Fair enough. Guess that's canon. Bond also comes into contact with George Halbor, an American bully 3 years older than James. George's father, Lord Randolph Halbor, is an armament dealer who sold weapons to various countries after World War I. It is later revealed that Lord Halbor knew Bond's father, Andrew Bond, who also sold arms while working for Vickers after the war. Lord Halbor arrives at Eton to direct and host a tournament cup, Halbor Cup, for the boys. The competition is divided into 3 events: shooting, swimming, and running. It is rumored that George Halbor is supposed to win, but an unexpected rival named Andrew Carlton manages to beat him. Bond places 7th in shooting, 4th in his heat in swimming, which was not good enough to qualify for the final race, and 1st in cross-country running. I'm glad we're getting these detailed explanations. Dude, if this was a Commodore 64 game, they would have a full track and field segment for this entire part. Alas, I fear that we might not get something so exciting in this mobile game, but we will find out. During the running sequence, Lord Halbor attempts to help his son cheat so that he could win the tournament. However, Bond, after seeing George take a shortcut first time, decides to follow George the next time, and being the superior runner, then passes him to win the race. George tries to trip James with his leg, but loses his balance and falls into a mud puddle. Sounds like a James Bond Jr. skit of some kind. Because Bond won 1st in running, Andrew Carlton is the winner, and George Halbor came in 3rd place in the cup overall, which was unacceptable by his father's standard. Couldn't win even with cheating. That's terrible disappointment for any father, I'm sure. The second part of the novel details the spring break. James travels to Scotland to meet with his aunt Charmian? I don't know. I don't know. Scottish name? Who knows? Who's visiting Bond's ailing uncle Max, who is dying of cancer. Both Charmin and Max are siblings of Bond's father Andrew. It is also in this part of the novel that Higson reveals the details of Bond's parents' death, first mentioned in Ian Fleming's You Only Live Twice. Getting secret Bond lore. While traveling to Scotland, Bond befriends an older boy named Red Kelly, or his bright red hair, who is traveling to the same place in search for his missing cousin Alfie, who disappeared whilst out fishing, thus tying in with the prologue. Okay, thank you for explaining. James also meets a girl called Wilder who loves riding horses. While staying at his uncle's... sorry, I get distracted just imagining 13-year-old James Bond's burgeoning dick powers. But who knows? I'm guessing that won't be a big part of the game, but we'll find out, I'm sure. Where was I? While staying at his uncle's place, Bond learns how to drive his uncle's car and finds out that his uncle was a spy during World War I. Okay, that's pretty good. So, in the Bond family lineage, I guess the spy, you know, the spy tradition goes from uncle to nephew. We've got, you know, Uncle Max Bond's nephew James, and then James's nephew James Jr. Alright, okay, makes sense. Bond also learns that Lord Randolph Hellebore owns a large stretch of land nearby that includes Loch SilverFin. He later meets back up with Red and ventures to Hellebore's estate, where the two encounter Mike Meatpacker Moran, a Pinkerton's detective from New York City, sent to investigate Lord Randolph Hellebore at the behest of Hellebore's wife, who suspects Lord Randolph of having killed his brother, her lover Algar. However, they later discover the detective dead and eaten in Loch SilverFin, which is full of eels. The boys plan to infiltrate the castle by climbing a tree, but Red falls out of the tree and breaks his leg and is unable to continue. James succeeds in entering the castle. After snooping around, he bumps his head and is captured. Alright, he's still early in the career. When James regains consciousness, he is tied to a table and Lord Hellebore begins to interrogate him. Alright, an early example of Bond in peril. Is this the original Bond in peril, perhaps? Hellebore explains to James that he and his brothers set out to create better and stronger soldiers by manipulating the endocrine system. Because it is difficult to find humans to test on, Algar tested the first SilverFin serum on himself. Initially it worked, but later an increased dosage transformed Algar physically, giving him a distorted body that is eel-like. Lord Hellebore subsequently perfected the serum and was able to turn it into a pill. The pill essentially acts as a steroid, making anyone who uses it more agile, stronger, etc. for a temporary set of time. Hellebore even tests this pill on his own son, as James had witnessed during the cross-country race. Lord Hellebore reveals that he tested the SilverFin serum on Alfie Kelly, the boy whom Bond is searching for, but Kelly's heart gave out and he died. The wastes poured into Loch SilverFin made the eels vicious. Later, Bond is also drugged with the SilverFin serum and locked in a cell. Bond, however, uses his enhanced abilities to escape the cell and the estate by finding an underwater entrance to Loch SilverFin and swimming through with the help of Wilder Lawless, who kisses him at some point, important note, only to return shortly later with George Hellebore as an ally to destroy Lord Randolph's lab. George has increasingly become upset with his dreadful father and his work, and secretly wishes to be with his mother more than anything. The two destroy the lab and are later confronted by Lord Hellebore, who intends to kill them both. Hellebore attacks them with a double-barreled shotgun. Dude, they've described like 3 boss fights. Turns out Ian Fleming is the worst James Bond writer. I mean, they're making this sound pretty good. Like, I wish we could have gotten an NES game based on this instead of James Bond Jr. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe this phone game will live up to it. I mean, the James Bond Jr. had the werewolf potion, but here we've got the eel pill. I mean, they're kind of, I'd say that's kind of similar, thematically linked, you know? Where were we? However, Algar intervenes at the last moment and forces himself and Hellebore into Loch SilverFin. Algar is wounded by his brother's shotgun, and his blood attracts the eels, who kill both the brothers while they are fighting. James collapses due to a lung infection and exhaustion shortly after, and for 10 days lies unconscious. When he regains consciousness, he learns that George has moved back to America to be with his mother, and that his Uncle Max has died, leaving James his car. I'm excited to see how much of this will be in the mobile game. I don't really think we need to go over any more of the detail here, but yeah, that's the plot summary of SilverFin. Bond becomes Captain UK with a super soldier serum. Yeah, I mean, maybe this maybe it left some permanent effects, some lingering eel-based powers that he can tap into later in life. I mean, he is pretty slick. That you know, that tracks. It tracks. But yeah, that's pretty much the introduction to SilverFin and young James Bond. What's up, Mendel91? Greetings. What is up is that we're about to embark on the next leg of our journey, that is James Bond. And I just realized we should probably have a timer on here somewhere. And I'm excited with some trepidation to discover whether or not I remember how to control Java phone games. I also need to pay some amount of attention to my phone, but because apparently a package delivery that could, for whatever reason, not be executed yesterday is supposed to happen today at some point. Who knows? In any case, let me set up the game. Oh yeah, actually, before we get to that, we can also quickly just check in on the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative, the means through which we can unlock additional bonus missions to be added to the game list. And I need to get on actually buying this thing. I just reminded myself. But yeah, so the way this works, in case you are uninitiated, is that all contributions to the channel in the form of subs, bits, merch purchases, and the like will contribute Q credits at the tune of 1 credit per bit or 100 per dollar, or a rough equivalency. If we manage to collect as many as 1,000 Q credits over the course of this one stream, that will mean a daily objective has been completed. 5 such daily objectives have been completed so far. With another 5 completed, we will have reached the goal of 10, at which point we will let's see. Nope, not that one. We already did that one. We will be playing CNET, the DVD game 007 edition, which I need to find and purchase a copy of. So if you want to see this, if you want to, I don't know how we're going to do this exactly, but there's like the original board game version, but there's also like a standalone kind of a version that only, I forget exactly if it came with the DVD and a bunch of cards. I don't know, but there is a version that and there's like multiple modes that you can play. So we should basically be able to play it in some form or fashion without having to do a physical game board part of it, is my understanding. But we'll do something with it when we can achieve the prerequisite 10 daily objectives. All right, so with that out of the way, let me now see if we can get the game set up. I'm gonna do a little bit of preemptive audio mixing here too. I reckon. Okay, it doesn't even actually show. That's a great sign. All right, we might get blasted with mega loud mobile phone game audio, but we'll try to address that soon enough. Oh yeah, so let's see here. We should have timer on screen. There we go. And let's see here. SilverFin. Set up. Oh. Hang on. Didn't I set this up? I'm confused. Okay, I thought I'd set this up. Well, whatever. We have it on here, but let me fix the... there's some... There we go. So when I open the Windows volume mixer, there's no option for this emulator. So I guess it's, as far as Windows is concerned, not using sound until it is, at which point it's going to be blasting us, and hopefully I can... Well, we'll see how it goes. Oh, there we go. It popped up. So now I can lower the volume here quite a lot. I did turn audio off previously. I'm not sure if that setting has saved. Here's it did. All right. Okay. I think audio levels are okay. Maybe I turned down just a little bit. Oh, not that much. Is that like 3%? Drop me down to 2. I'm not exactly sure what this music is supposed to be, but I think we can bump it up to 3%. Now, in fairness, we are running this in an emulator, and I think like audio playback like this, and there's a lot of like text font stuff, and I know this is a big reason why using an emulator for Java games like this is not the ideal. Well, you'd still use an emulator, but apparently J2ME emulation on Android is, last I heard, much better. So you use like BlueStacks to play an emulator but this seems to work well enough, so I'm okay with this. But regardless of emulation aspects, there's also the fact that J2ME was like a standard that was on a lot of different phones, and those phones would all have different like screen resolutions and audio capabilities and stuff. So I guess it's basically MIDI, but how the MIDI sounds probably would differ from phone to phone, if I had to guess. But it's also, as I would imagine it, not, you know, what we're hearing now is probably not unrepresentative either. My best guess, anyway. Help! Move north, east, south, and west using 3, 9, 7, and 1, or 2, 6, 8, and 4. So yeah, it's like an isometric thing, so that's why it's using diagonals. Use the right soft key to interrupt the camera panning at any time. Okay, so here's where I'm a little bit unsure about controls. Let me actually see if I can... Okay, so I can bring up a window here that has the keys on it. Because I'm not sure if there's like a setting... I'm not sure if I can check like what my... key... Okay, never mind. Okay, left soft key is end. And right soft key is off screen, so I can't actually see it. That's great. That's a wonderfully... Okay. Terrific UX. Okay, but if left is end, then page down might very well be the right soft key. If I press end, it backs us out there. Yeah, okay. Ooh, let's read about. Okay. Player 1, developer, version 1.0. Before the name became a legend, before the boy became the man, meet Young Bond. wap.youngbond.com. For further information on Young Bond, visit www.youngbond.com. Published for Player 1, copyright 2005 Player 1 Limited, developed by Morpheme Wireless Limited. Okay, okay. Okay, alright. Oops. So, I'm not sure if it's gonna, like, just jump right into the game when I hit continue, but... Ooh, shit, I just realized... Okay. Okay, good. I just realized I have, like, a bunch of overlapping shortcuts, hotkeys, between LiveSplit and the emulator, but it appears that neither will accept inputs when not active, so that should be fine. Let's start the timer. Choose mission, the letter. James, your first task is to find Aunt Chairman's letter that contains a ticket to Scotland. Okay, so I guess we've already skipped the whole track and field adventure. That's okay. Let me just check something. So the page down key. Yeah, okay. I know the buttons now. Yep. Okay. Someone angry walking on with a pool cue. Looks like an ancient treasure map, but that's probably the letter. Alright, okay. James, avoid the beaks and find a key to open the locked door. You can push certain objects in order to access items or areas. Oh, that button works too. Oh, okay. We gotta push this, I don't know, backgammon table. Right. Ah! If a beak or a guard sees you, you will acquire one of 3 warnings that will be shown on the bottom of the screen. Be seen 3 times and you will have to start again. The warning indicators will briefly flash to show a beak or guard is nearby and give you the chance to avoid them. I'm not really sure what a beak is, but I reckon we're supposed to avoid anything. Highly advanced stealth. This music's pretty good. Lastly, if you get stuck or make a mistake in a level, don't worry. You can always try again by going to the pause menu and choosing Restart Mission. Okay, that's good. Ah, we have a key. Oh, the camera panning over. Well, it didn't really pan, more hard cut, but shows us where to go. All right. The race against the clock. Oh, the door just opened. All right, is that my letter? Level clear. Okay, so I guess that little room off to the bottom left was nothing. Or maybe it was a hidden bonus room that we didn't explore. So I guess that was level 1 out of 15. Oh. School report. Rating, young Bond, young adventure, young Etonian. Okay, so I guess we became young Bond. Sick. Okay. I mean, I guess we can't be a agent or secret agent or 00. We're just we can only endeavor to reach the lofty heights of young Bond. Okay. The missing ticket. There doesn't seem to be a ticket inside the letter. It may well have been split up and hidden around the school. I mean, yeah, that's sure. It might have. It may well have been. Find the 4 parts of your ticket. Certain keys will only open certain doors. I have no idea who this character... Oh, wait. Is that like a turban? Is that, what's his name? Pritpal, our Indian friend? I thought he just had shaggy white hair. I like that everyone's wearing like a tuxedo. Oh, I'm getting seen. Oh, 1 warning. Okay. Oh, I'm trying to walk. Oh, I got seen. Okay. Might be tricky. You don't really have a vast field of view here. Okay, door. Oh, letter. Piece. I need a key. Hope we get to meet Tommy Chong. Yeah. I'm too dummy thick. I can't fit through the... Okay, so I guess the key leads to that one. I'll probably have to redo this one a few times, but bumped into him. Okay. Ah! I made a mistake. Okay. Can I... Thank you, Space Hoppercopter, for those 100 megabits. Restart mission. Okay. Game. Might as well explore and figure things out. We're gonna have to fail and redo this anyway. Mission fail. There's just no music on this one, huh? Right. Yep. Okay. Let's follow this guy. Like, you can't be too quick after stopping to try moving in a different direction. Okay. It appears that the line of sight is exactly 1 tile wide, because I did not get a warning there. Which, if true, could basically mean that if I just hug the corners here, I should be safe. But I don't know. Maybe that was a total fluke. But yeah, I gotta be really careful there not to overwalk. Okay. Yeah, the original Metal Gear is pretty similar with the field of view. Level clear. Okay, I guess for some reason, I mean, it makes sense seeing the level layout, but I guess I was thinking I was supposed to collect 4 parts in this level or whatever, but if there's 15 levels and it's split into 3 locations, then I guess we first collected the letter, and then there's 4 more levels of collecting ticket parts, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. We're making progress here. And we got the young Bond rating. Nice. Another piece. Well, that's the first piece of the ticket found. Oh, we're going out in the garden. Oh, multiple keys. And a guy. And another guy. And there's the paper. Okay. You will be unable to cross the holes in the floor unless you can find something to fill them with. Alright, it's some kind of load runner thing going on here. So that's a hole in the... Okay. Oh, I see. It's not... Wait. But I need to fill that hole. Seems a little bit weird that there's just these big-ass holes. Oh, okay. I get to push another box into this room. I see. I see. I'm not sure if this is fulfilling the Bond fantasy perfectly, but that's a video game mechanic. So I guess there shouldn't be much guard trouble over here, right? Cornering in this game is quite a challenge. Okay. Yeah, so of course we got to take the long way around. Well, it makes sense that the first key leads to the second key. It wouldn't really make sense if the first key led to the ticket part. I like young Bond's little strut. I guess we might preemptively just put this in here. So we've done this like long-winded opening part first. So I'm gonna follow him because I don't think he's gonna turn around, and I wasn't sure where the door was. There was a second guy in here, wasn't there? Yep. Cornering! Ah, we're not gonna be young Bond. Alright. We might well be a young adventurer. You gotta like memorize the the routes of the dudes. Whether these are beaks or guards, I don't know, but I don't know where the next guy is gonna be. Ooh. Pretty good escalation of challenge so far. Ah. Okay, dude, you don't want to mess this up. Level clear. Okay, we got it. We got it. It's definitely weird that the music stops, because it's one thing if... I mean, I feel like I've seen that in other mobile games. I don't know if it's an emulation thing or what, but there's going to be a lot of cut corners in terms of keeping the amount of data down. So you like to reuse a lot of assets. You don't get a lot of unique full screen artworks or whatever. And sound, of course, like they use MIDI because it's just like a few kilobytes. You don't really have a lot of data space. I mean, this entire game apparently is 96 kilobytes. But you would think that it shouldn't be more of a data storage issue to play the same track on multiple stages, so I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Anyway. Young adventurer. It'll do. It'll do. Nearly there. That's 2 pieces. Well done. Only 2 more to go. Oh, no. Introductory scrolling. Okay, we're not getting any free help here. I guess it's safest to push this out. Oh. All right. Okay, there's an open. Oh boy, we got a full-on box maze. Well, there's a key there. Okay. So I feel like I can push this one unit. That's not gonna get in the, well, it might, I guess. Okay, but it doesn't look like I'm supposed to go through. I just need to get this key and get out. Yeah. So that appears to be the, oh shit. I was gonna say the southeast corner of this building, but it's probably not the southeast corner of this building. It's probably the southeast corner of the other building. Freaking walk animation from the back. It looks so funny. Yeah, the full Soko Bond. So this is where we started, right? Okay, I guess there was, well, whatever. This long way around, but it works. You got such a limited range, but I guess we just need to wait for that guy to... Oh, we actually have to go through because there's bushes there. I just realized. I guess there's just the one key. Makes sense, because we've definitely explored the whole map. I like that the levels are very small. Like, even if it feels like here, you know, you walk all the way over there, and if you screw up the boxes, you then have to, like, start over and do the walking again. But at the end of the day, like, the levels are pretty damn tiny. I feel like this is going to be... I was probably not entirely incorrect in my original assessment that this would perhaps not be a stream that would sustain the duration of a full stream, but doesn't matter. There we go. Young Bond. Imagine getting your school report and all your subjects, you just get Young Bond, Young Bond, Young Bond. Scotland ahoy! Mission 5. Okay, the final piece of the ticket is here. Avoid the beaks and solve the puzzles in order to progress. Okay, so I guess those are beaks. I'm not sure if that's some kind of British slang, but... Okay, we've got these giant pits. Like a full-on moat. Basically, I think if you just, like, follow the dudes... Oh, never mind. I thought it was going to turn around. You're kind of safe. But I'm glad that there's, like, the puzzle aspect also. Okay, so before we push that into the... Well, okay, there's not really much of an option here. I just wanted to say, like, before we push it in, let's see what... Make sure we don't make any crucial errors. Ah! Oh, he didn't see me. Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. Oh, shit, those are pushable flower boxes. I didn't even realize. So I can push this one. If I push either of the other two boxes, that's going to give me a problem because I can't actually, you know, push any further. So my only option has to be pushing this one at least 2 blocks. Actually, probably no more than 2 blocks. Yeah, I'm assuming, I'm gonna just guess that this is what I'm to do here. I guess wrong. Well, actually, I can do this. And this I might have screwed up now. Yeah, okay. So I need to push the middle. Okay. Try again. Do that and see if that changes any sound settings. More boxes in that final room too. I thought I could probably sneak out the door, like, and get past the first guy. Oh. Okay, I misread his pattern, but he didn't see me. I'm glad that the guards aren't, like, overly punishing. Alright, we at least can study the box pattern here a little bit without time pressure. So we want to avoid pushing the that third center box. So how can I put myself in a position to push something else is the question. Because the only, like, right now, if I push these two boxes, whether or not that trips me up, like, it won't solve anything until I push this one at least one step. But if I push this one up, I can push the center box to the side. And then push the center one. Yeah, let's try that. If I do this. Do this, and I can do this, and that will allow me to do this. Gets us through. I'm not sure who decorated this place. Like, I guess we can kind of perceive that this is some sort of a school type building. I need to get a flower box out here. I see. But we're definitely full on just random ass video game Sokoban tile set, whatever. Okay, so there's a guard in here, right? And boxes. Okay. So he's just gonna go back and forth there, I reckon. So this one I can just push. I mean, I don't really have much of a choice. I don't know if I'm supposed to, like... I fucked up, probably. Is he gonna see me here? No, I'm invisible. Fully invisible. Okay. Well, okay, I guess that's fine. Level clear. Subtext, Bond looks a little Fonzie. I mean, I feel like he looks a little bit Bondy for being a 13-year-old in boarding school, but I mean, he is a young Bond, so I guess that checks out. All right, Scotland ahoy. Did we get a story intermission? I mean, I'm not expecting much, but maybe music. Castle Hellebore, all right. Spring break. You have now arrived in Scotland and made a new friend, Red Kelly. With Kelly's help, you have been able to gain access to Lord Hellebore's castle set on Loch SilverFin. You must investigate further and make your way down through the floors of the castle in order to unravel the secret that it holds. I'm glad we read the plot synopsis, because I'm barely following along. But okay, we gotta go through the dungeon floor, so tile set number 2 here, I suppose. Oh. Alright, so yeah, I guess that was our little Indian friend in the beginning who got no introduction. And that's Red Kelly, and we get music. You need to open the exit door in order to gain access to the next floor of the castle. Maybe these switches could be of use? Use everything you've learned already, and remember to watch out for those guards. Oh, there's a switch. Dude, these suits of armor look like fucking Kuros from Wizards and Warriors. Alright, just exploring. So, step on a switch. Oh, do I push a suit of armor onto the switch? Probably not, no. Just a little toggle. Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. I was gonna say we get like deluxe metallic crates, but those are something else. These are the pushable boxes. Alright, we can still fill the gap. Thunk. Okay, so there's like a guard here somewhere. Box. Oh, there's the open door. Okay. Aha! Hole in the floor. This mechanic is so funny. Alright, we're in the switch room. Dude, look at how perilous this room looks. I mean, the music is a little bizarre, but it does help with the atmosphere. Probably could just have gone, but let's wait for the guard. Yeah, this is definitely a Soko Bond. Beaks are apparently what they call teachers at Eton. Must have been something they said 400 years ago. I mean, this game is set in 1933. That checks out. Okay, so we gotta push this up to the door, and no, wait, oh, fuck, that's not gonna work. Oh, wait, I need more than. How the fuck are we gonna do this? Is there another box I can get? Because the other boxes at the beginning were... Okay, there's a box right there. Okay. So we just need to fill this gap. Yeah, okay. Card should be perfectly timed. I'm glad that the Sokoban puzzling is like pretty unadvanced. Just with the slight cumbersomeness of the controls and everything else. Oh, okay. So the door where we literally started is apparently the path downstairs. Okay. Like, if the puzzles were Sokoban levels elaborate, this might get pretty rough. Level clear. I hope you enjoyed the music, because we're probably in for another 15 minutes of silence. So, yeah, this is level 7 out of supposedly 15. So we're getting there. We're getting there. You've made it down to the next floor of the castle. I wonder what the security could be guarding. Things may become a bit trickier now. Be careful, James. Okay, we need Huh. Okay, so obviously I need to retrieve a box. Wait, how the fuck do we even do that? Because the door's closed, right? Unless there's a switch. No, there wouldn't. Because there's no room for me to push. I can't walk around a box to make... wait. Okay. No, hang on. Because I can't push this box, the back... Boxes that are up against a wall cannot be pushed left or right. Presumably, right? Because of the tables. And there won't be room for me... Like, if I push this box up here, there's no room for me to occupy this tile to then push the box outwards so I can put it in that gap. No, wait, hang on. I'm stupid. I can just push it. I don't know what I was thinking. I misread the grid, I guess. So I gotta do this first. Okay, there we go. I'm an idiot. And there's a switch. So let's see what this opens. Yeah, so the trap there is that you might want to push this block into this pit right there, which would prevent you from getting through. A little tricky. You have to be careful with isometric perspective. All right, so there's a guard in here. Okay, so I guess if I do this... Still need to get a box in there, right? Oh, this looks correct. The guard in here. He's not going to turn around to look through this open doorway, so more pits. Don't tell me I need to bring more boxes. I need to bring a box. Okay, that box in the bottom left there looks like it's could be pried loose. Hopefully. I'm a little worried that levels are just going to get increasingly annoying. If I screw it up now, I mean, it's like 2 minutes. I guess it's not so bad, but... okay. Actually, I can just get this one. Save me one step. Ooh, the light started flashing there. For some reason, I was expecting to drop into a pit. I forgot that I was supposed to bring it all the way over here. Careful not to put it in the corner. Nice. Oh, we didn't need a key. We just needed the switch here. All right, level clear. We did it. Isometric bond, yeah. Finally, we've achieved the dream of British isometric bond. Actually, I don't know if this is British. It just seems like it would be. Not because of anything in the game specifically, more so that it's Bond. I think the book didn't come out in America until... Actually, it might have been out in 06. It came out later, anyway. But I assume this would have been for, like, the British market and tied into the British release of the second book. Alright, Young Bond. Lower levels. So I assume this would be about the halfway point then. But the levels are going to be trickier in the second half, so we might still look at a hour plus playthrough time. We shall see. All right, lower levels. Floor 3 of the castle now, James. I think you may be getting closer to the truth. I like that they have to have these little interstitial messages, but they don't really have anything to say other than, yep, just do this again. Okay, switch there. So we need to open this door so we can get behind this box and push it. All right. All right. I almost kind of appreciate not getting this little camera view thing in the intro just because it kind of eats up a little bit of time. Okay, so that looks like it's two tiles deep, doesn't it? This little hallway moat. So we're going to have to go in this top left room or some other room first. Reminds me of that one Indiana Jones game. Are you thinking of the Fate of Atlantis action game? It's so funny that they released 2 Fate of Atlantis games, the quote-unquote adventure game and the action game. And like the action game has like fully incomprehensible puzzle bits in it, and the adventure game has like much better action gameplay in like the fist fights and the chase mini games and stuff. Oh, I fucked up because now I can't push this out. Okay, but let's scope ahead and see. So I assume that opened this door. Yeah, okay. Then we can push 2 boxes over here, find a switch or something on the left side to get to that switch, which will find us a door eventually. All right, let's restart the mission. I think it's very good that they have this little part at least to show you what's being opened. Without that, things would get a little annoying for sure. To be clear, I have not actually played the Fate of Atlantis action game, but I have seen Macaw 45 struggle through it. That's not good either. How am I supposed to... Oh, okay. I need to, it needs to be on this tile here. Yeah, I never really knew much about or had that much interest in the Fate of Atlantis action game, even though, like, on paper, it's fascinating that they would have done, like, 2 different games based on, not, like, you know, there's a lot of cases, which I do tend to find interesting as well, of, like, multiple... Fuck, that's not gonna work either. Yeah, I'm supposed to... Yeah, okay, because I was supposed to push it 1 tile. Yeah. You know, having multiple games made from kind of the same design brief was pretty common, you know, especially for sort of licensed games that had versions on like different computers, or you know, there's a console version and a handheld version or what have you. But to have like deliberately like, oh yeah, we have this game concept, and here's like the premise and the story that we were making like 2 different games of, I feel like it's kind of unusual. And it would be cool to see, like, for similar reasons though, like just like the novelty of seeing 2 different takes on the same kind of brief, to see how it, like, what sort of choices they made. So there's a switch there. I think it's safer to push this out here in case I need it. Oh, okay. He saw me. Okay, I do need the 1 box. I need multiple boxes because I need to push... Well, maybe. I need at least 1 box, but I don't know if I can get more. Find out. So on paper, like, it's sort of fascinating, the whole existence of the Fate of Atlantis thing. See me here? No. But I just, like, never got around to... I can't push this to try to play it, and seeing it in action didn't exactly convince me that I want to play it. Okay, so... Oh, wait. I'm fucking stupid. I can just push across this gap, because like I basically didn't want to push anything towards a wall, but if I'm standing right next to it, I can still do that. So but yeah, long story short, Fate Land is the action game. It looks like an absolute mess, but I feel like I'm, you know, can live my life to fulfillment having never played it. Where's the door? Oh, it's in there. Okay. It's all right. Level clear. I don't remember the name. There's one Japanese game with 5 different versions on 5 different systems with connected story. I feel like that's just Falcom games in general. Like licensing out games for, there's like 3 different Ys 3s or Ys 4s or whatever. Although of course they're not like meant to be played together to, you know, complete one story or anything, which I guess is maybe what you're describing. But yeah, it's like almost odd in a way, I guess, that like the Fate of Atlantis game is kind of the closest to like a classic sort of you know, Night Lore style isometric platform Indiana Jones game. Like, it's funny that there's a Batman game like that, but there's no Indiana Jones game like that I know of. Maybe there is, actually. I don't know. I haven't dug like super deeply into the full lore of Indiana Jones games. All right, Young Adventurer, it'll have to do. Closer and closer. So this is level 4 of Castle tile set. So the final level, is that going to be, or the final set of levels, is that going to be like the lab? Not really going to be like the lake or anything, right? Maybe the hidden lab. All right, closer and closer. You've made it down to floor 4 of the castle. You've heard talk of a secret laboratory in the castle. Maybe if you keep going down, you will uncover it? I mean, maybe. Who's to say? Okay, now we do get a camera pan. I like this tile set. Things are getting tough now, James. Watch out for the switches. I'm sure there's something different about them on this floor. Okay. Might want to use some punctuation. We saw that, like, the camera focused on the guard. I wonder if the implication being that, like, guards will be affected somehow. Okay, so our first order of business should be to get to this switch. So obviously you want to avoid pushing this on the 2 tile wide gap here. Opens a door. That seems pretty... Aha! Aha! Never mind. I was going to say, that seems pretty standard fare. I see. Okay. Oh, there's a key. Grab that. Ding. Oh, that's the exit key. Okay. So how do I get another box here? The question. I can't get through these. You would think that Bond could squeeze through this gap, but young Bond has yet to learn the art of walking in cardinal directions. He can only walk diagonally, and as such, cannot squeeze through that style of gap. Okay. So I have to push this box outwards to get out of this little room. I do have the room to push it back in here, but there's no way I can push that box over out here. So I need to keep exploring, I think. Probably I just need another box. Like I'll push that block into a gap. And I'll bring another box. Oh yeah, there's like a multitude of boxes here. Definitely don't want to push that into that first little gap here. Avoid the guard. It's like weirdly tense. Try to get the inputs correct to avoid costly mistakes. Such as this. I fucked up. I put this block in the wrong gap. Because now, unless I can walk around here, I cannot, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, duly noted. Because well, let's do this. Never mind. Oh, no, okay. Never mind about never minding. I'm probably screwed, but I can collect some data here. Like, I assume I need this block. They wouldn't just give us a bonus block. But this way I can see what lays ahead. All right, so that's on the, I think that's on the bottom right. Yeah, presumably, like, we were supposed to push another one of those 2 blocks in here. That would be my guess. A lot of hits here. And the switch, of course, because we need a block for this switch. And even if there is a block over here, in the northwest corner here, that we could push all the way over, we would probably need it in the next room. But there isn't even one. Okay. So make sure to push this first box into the left. Gap. I hate this because, like, the sprite alignment, like, because they drop down, like, that's why I ended up pushing it into the next tile, because the way they align, like, it makes the perspective makes sense, but just when you're, like, visually looking at it and trying to figure out how to line them up, it's easy to, like, misjudge it because of the sort of vertical offset. You gotta see how it, like, aligns with the bottom. Like, when the gap's filled, it's easy enough, but when it's not, it can be a little confusing. Oh, let's not forget to grab the key. Ding. Yep, got it. Oh, and that's literally right to my immediate left. I see, I see. Okay. So I basically got this figured out, but we need to be a little careful still not to mess anything up. So I need to bring the other box in here. Take a quick look. So pushing it through the door. Here. Yeah. There's, like, no real margin for, like, if you push it too far, there's probably no salvaging it. Could have walked, but figured I'd wait for him. Like, the tricky thing about the guards is mostly about, like, having some kind of sense of where they are. Oh, he actually did see me there. Not great. That guy also saw me. Also not great, but that's okay. Right, so here I can't push it to the right because I need to have space. Keep pushing it. So I need to do it this way. Then one more tile here. Yeah, it is kind of funny. I mean, that's why mobile gaming in this era is so interesting, because it's so... it doesn't line up with the rest of the video game market. Like, if someone were to guess, like, oh yeah, there's one James Bond game It's an isometric puzzle adventure where you push boxes to fill gaps, hit switches, and use keys to open locked doors, traverse this perilous level, and make it to the end, such that you may open a door. Most people probably would not guess that the release date for that game was 2006. Okay, I'm a little perplexed now because I thought I used the prerequisite amount of boxes to kind of scrape by. And I'm now all out of boxes. I can, of course, bring this box back because I don't need it anymore. Getting interesting now. Okay, so I can push this here. Fine. I'm a little scared now because I could easily take another stray discovery here. I'm not careful. Saw the guard sort of flash by there, but because I think the top guard is also moving like clockwise, right? A lot safer to go in his direction than against it. Gotta make sure to align these correctly. Whew. Okay, that got a little scary. That got a little scary. When you're down to your last detection, it's a bit scary. Found the hidden lore, Diva. Probably an article about it somewhere. It might be like a Hardcore Gaming 101 article or something. Young Etonian. Labs ahead. So the main menu had some sort of saving thing, and I'm not sure if the emulator would typically like save progress normally or how this works, but I'm a little scared to see how this might go if we somehow something breaks. We have to start over, but hopefully it won't come to that. Or even if it didn't break, just like being able to finish it in one sitting seems crucial. But I think we're pretty good. We're halfway through. Laps ahead. So this is the level 10. We're more than halfway through. We're almost 2/3 of the way through. One more floor to go, and then onto the laboratory. Even the guards seem to be very wary. I wonder why. Okay, so are we still operating on box rules here, or for the switches, I mean? I guess we'll find out. Oh, that's permanent switch. So he was saying that about which is on this level, etc. So I was gonna say, okay. I was gonna say, looking at the screen like this, pushing that block onto the door or onto the switch there seems like a trap, because it, you know, you're probably supposed to open the door and then push the blocks from the other direction. And then I was like, but it's against the wall. Where can you even get? It's like, there's a door there and a gap, so you probably need to push it through. Normally, so far, we've had like the gap before the door, but I'm gonna guess it's a little subversion here on this level. Clearly, we need to fill this gap. Clearly, as I say, as if I'm some kind of expert here. Yep. And aha. Okay, so we got a mix of switch mechanics here. That switch is up against the wall, so we know that there's no way we can be asked to push this box away. So this would not be a weighted switch. Well, it could be, I suppose, but we have to get like another box from the next room or something. Because if we put it on here, like, We're like done in that part. E over there. Oh. Tricky. How do I get through here without doing something stupid? Well, I have to push that tile. I don't know. Avoiding that. Okay, so presumably I fill this gap, and then I probably have to use the other box on the switch. Yeah. The level looks a little more intimidating, but so far it seems simpler than the last one. Maybe I just have developed my wits. Alright, we got multiple guards here, though. So let's see. Base looks pretty safe. So that box cannot be pushed into the key moat. Well, okay, it can, because I can push it further out here. But there's a lot of gaps behind that door. I mean, we're gonna need to fill that gap one way or the other. So probably this... I can get through. Yeah, because we need 3. Okay, I think I understand. This one I'm gonna use to grab the key. Yep, leads. Oh, what? Fuck! There's a switch on the top left. Didn't realize. Let's check if we need to. Oh, okay, good. Whew. I think I understand. All right, last one. Whoa. A little scarier, a little more. I'm not sure if action-y is the right word, but a little more involved. Might take a discovery there, sure. Like, they don't actually care. They're like, hey! And then you just keep walking. I guess it's like kind of a three strike system here. If I catch you here 2 more times, then you'll be out on your hair. All right, okay. Level clear. Young adventurer, it'll do. We're still averaging the young bond rating, I would say. Okay, mission 11. This little piggy. Well done, James. You finally made it to Lord Hellebor's laboratories. George Hellebor has finally stood up to his father and agreed to help you find and destroy the SilverFin serum. This is where it'll get tough. Imagine not having read the plot summary before this. Not knowing that the SilverFin serum is a powerful drug derived from eels that give you superhuman abilities. Or at least eel abilities. Oh shit. Oh right, music. Watch out for the pigs in the laboratories. They've been mutated by the SilverFin serum. If you get caught by one of them, you will have to try again. Be careful. Okay. So I guess the pigs will instantly kill us. But they're basically pinkies. They're just melee enemies. Alright, so let's scope things out. There's a box. I Where was that needed? I like the little sink there. Also, just realized they couldn't be. Couldn't manage another tile set here. We're still just in the castle tile set. So it's like in this. Is there a key in the center? I mean, there seems to be no shortage of, like, save spots. But I have to push the crate out the long way around. Because everything is just like one tile. You have, like, the corners are too tight. The wall perspective here makes this a little funky, but there's a tile to my right. Super eel abilities, maybe lightning. I mean, who knows? Before I do something stupid, let's just take a look. Okay, I can push it just from the side. It'll be fine. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Like, even though I'm supposed to go to the northeast, I can push that in, like, to the left, and that's fine. Level clear. Young Bond. Father's help. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely British. There's all these words that I'm like, what are they actually saying? Floor 2 of the labs. This SilverFin serum sounds deadly. If you get the opportunity, you must destroy it. Oh, look at this evil scientist. You watch the mutant pigs, they will always run until they hit a solid object and then turn 90-degree clockwise. Maybe this could be of some use. Oh, we have to redirect evil pigs. Okay, so there's a door here, which is confusing because you think this is where we came from. But there's only ever one door that leads to, like, the boundaries of the map, and that's going to be the exit. So we will have to redirect the pig at some point. Basically just exploring a little bit here to see. There's a key there. We need to fill the gap with a block. So I could... We're gonna need, like, to get one of those boxes across. If I'm supposed to take one of those boxes into this room to my right, I can fill this gap that I'm standing in front of. I could also use both of them to fill this 2-tile gap, but that seems unnecessary. I like that there's a doorknob on each side of that door, by the way. Lovely design. But I can fill that one gap, push the other box across, and line it up to be pushed this way through the doorway. That could work. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Who knows? I was gonna say, where's the other lab guy? Okay, so we got crates here too. Gap, okay. What am I supposed to do with the pig? Maybe I can fill a gap. Maybe we are playing Load Runner. Maybe you can fill a gap with a pig. I mean, they would probably turn, I guess, but... Am I supposed to kill the guard with a pig, maybe? Because I can't really get in there. Well, he saw me. That's okay. Okay, well, let's find out. Alright, that's pretty great. That's pretty great. Okay, there's another switch here. Is that just going to open the other door, or do I need boxes to do so? Yeah. Okay, that means I need to push that. I basically expend these 2 boxes to do that. But as I mentioned, those original starting boxes... Dude, I almost pushed it too far. Can be used to get the key. And because the exit door is in the, like, the starting room, okay, no actual diverting of the pig necessary, but... A good thing I scoped this out ahead of time. I think I have this figured out. Right, we're over the 1 hour mark. Meaty phone game content volume. Turn! Oh, he saw me. But not only do you have the regular, like, getting stuck when changing directions, you have the added weird extra lag of the camera cutaway, because there's like this delay before and after the cutaway. But it's okay. We're a young Etonian, but it'll do. We're one step closer to finding the deadly SilverFin serum in the lab. Close to the truth. So this is stage 13, I think. Because labs ahead is the final castle level, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 3 more stages left. We're definitely getting nearer to the SilverFin serum as the challenges are getting tougher. I like the game is telling me that it's getting harder. It's like, oh, I didn't notice. Thank you for letting me know. The laboratory with the SilverFin serum is just up ahead. We're nearly there, James. All right, more 90-degree pigs. Oh, there's one right there. A diversion will be required here. Door. Oh, that pig go. Oh, wait, was there a... Oh, there's a row of tiles here. Okay, 1 crate. I can use that to fill this gap to get across. Pretty much the only thing. Well, there's 1 crate here as well. Obviously, I could be blocking that pig with that crate somehow, somewhere. But I don't think at this point it would actually help me at all. So there's a switch all the way over there, which might open this. Okay, well, let's cross that gap up here. I doubt this game is going to like fully explore the level of complexity that these mechanics would allow for. That doesn't strike me as very likely. Not a permanent switch. So was there another box that we could bring here? Or was I supposed to... There is, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, was I supposed to like divert a pig onto a switch or something? I'm a little scared of what might happen if I get the pig crashing into the box. For all I know, the boxes might kill... Like, the interaction between the pig and the box might be the same as pig and the scientist, because it allowed me to push this way around. I'm going to kind of assume that I was meant to do that. Well, we got there. See what's in the next room. Whoa, a pig. Switch. I guess maybe a permanent switch. Yeah. Oh shit, I thought the pig despawned. It was just hidden by the wall. Door, it was not over here. It was here. Oof, okay. Okay. He doesn't... He goes in a straight line. Okay. There's a gap there. I can't walk. Okay. It didn't see me. I can obviously get to that key using those crates, but I want to be careful to see what's over here first. Okay, there's nothing. Whoa, hang. Ah, okay. I need to kill that. I wonder if I could walk through him, but obviously I'm supposed to use the pig. Oh, yeah, yeah. See, the pig walks up to that gap. So if I can fill that one gap, the pig will crash into the guy. That means I need to get at least one crate out of this situation here. Oh, I can fucking walk all the way around. I didn't realize. I figure I want to fill the gap, this singular gap right here, because I cannot, which means I have to get the key. So you can cover items with a block. That happened right in the first stage of the game. But if you do, I don't know if that removes the key or something. So like, can I push the crate right through the key? I don't know. But I have to cover that block and push the other block over it because there's no other real solution, I don't think. There's no other way. Well, if I push this into the center and then push the left block to cover that gap, that would work. That would work. Because I can waste, I don't need 3 blocks. I just need 1 block to cover a gap. I need 1 block to push all the way over. So as long as I can get through there, yeah. So it doesn't have to be the, like, yeah, I can cover this gap and it'll... I didn't realize there was a gap. Fuck. Okay, but I think we're fine. Because I can still do this. Okay, that scared me a little bit. Alright. Let's see nature take its course. Did I get the key? Yeah, the key was over there. Level clear. Whew. There ever been a Bond movie with pigs? I read that before. Did I read it out loud? I forget. I feel like probably not evil, powered up mutant guard pigs in a lab, although that would be pretty good. But probably, I don't know, it feels like some comedic, like Bond crashing into a barn, pigs being present to some capacity. That seems likely. Like, it just doesn't seem like we would get through 5 or 6 Roger Moore movies without a single pig. But probably they were not very prominent. Serum smash. Alright. Level 14. You've made it to the SilverFin laboratory. You know what to do, James, don't you? Oh, never mind. I was going to say new tile set, but no, there's just more shelves. They just stopped using the castle walls and used shelves instead. Okay. There's like serum pods, I guess. There are 4 main tanks of the SilverFin serum. You need to destroy all 4 before we can leave. Good luck. Do I divert pigs into those things and destroy them? Is that what we're gonna do? Boxes. Okay. Fair amount to just explore and check out here. Well, there's a door. That's the exit, I would assume. Switch over there. Okay, so there's a box. Oh, shit, you can be seen over these things. Well, clearly I'm not meant to push this box into that corner, so I should be... This should be where I'm supposed to push it. Well, there's a switch that needs a box to get to it. Oh, okay. There's a giant pressure plate on the floor to destroy the serum. I guess that makes sense. Sure, why not? Okay, that's one. So is there a switch over here by... Oh, yeah. Whoa, I got seen again. Okay, that's fine. I wasn't necessarily expecting to clear this first try. There's another crate that we're going to need for something. Oh, okay, for one of these switches. Couldn't see me here. Let me just double check for research purposes. I'm flashing, okay. Yep. It's like still walking. Mission failed. Okay. All right. Try again. So there is a box here. Hang on. Okay, I missed. So that box right next to us needs to be pushed to the bottom left. So that we can push it through there. So there's a walkable path in that next room. Okay, I missed that. That would have tripped us up anyway. So there's probably not much more to do here. There's the key. Luckily, I was on the right tile there because I would have easily get destroyed there. No ability to. I guess we should probably do this first. I should be safe here, right? Highly observant scientists. Alright, you didn't see me. He didn't notice that either. Yeah, so knowing that these guys are only facing those exact directions and have a vision line rather than a vision cone makes them pretty easy to avoid. Alright, 2 out of 4. So yeah, I just turned back around when I was supposed to snake around here. Go push that box. Anything over here? Nah. Accurate to real scientists. Yeah, I mean they're focused on their mission. Oh, that door is now open. So that's the door that we opened with the switch. We need to find another box in here, I reckon. Okay. Oh, well, the key's just there. I can grab that first. I don't need boxes for that. Okay, so I can fill this gap to my left with one box and push the other box over and then get over there. Because there's no way to actually push the box. Yeah, this is just one tile wide. Yep. Now we're getting into full Sokoban of like everything is one tile wide and you have to like take these annoying treks around to be able to access a box from the correct position. All right, 3 out of 4. We're at full health. Pigs will kill us instantly though. Not like on the same. All right. So I think those scientists walk back and forth, no turning around. I mean, they're turning around, but they're not. Ah! I was about to say, maybe that final guy was like cycling through, but I was still in a safe spot. That was really stupid. All right, it's getting more challenging. I should try to study that a little bit closer before committing to it, I think. But that's okay. We got this. Was I supposed to... Hang on. I was looking at something completely different. I can't skip this, by the way. Oh, yeah, no, that's right, the box. I was thinking, like, did I miss pushing a box? I have a feeling that this game is not going to score super highly on the bond quotient. Get out of the way. I mean, it would be interesting to see how the book would, you know, rate. Because obviously, you know, it's a little bit different with the young Bond in the school setting and everything. But it's, you know, it's just such a simplistic game. Doesn't really, like, depict a lot of different things in any capacity, really. Pigs remind you of Altered Beast. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like, I don't know if it's like just the colors that make you say that, or if you like, because in that game you kill Cerberus, right, to get the power up. But when I was a kid, I definitely did not see those graphics as multi-headed wolves, but rather pigs. But even setting that aside, the color palette of the pigs here, I think, is sort of reminiscent of, even if not anything particular, like any particular characters in specific, like just the general vibe of how certain sprites were colored in that game. Yeah, the sort of chonkiness too. Yeah, I can totally see what you mean. All right, let's not fuck up this entirely again. Or where the pigs are exactly, but oh, okay, well, there they are. That guy's just going back and forth. But I wasn't sure if this guy goes around this whole thing. He does, see? That's why I got a bit tripped up last time. Oh, we have to leave also, right? All right, that's 4 things to smash. So the exit door was on bottom right. Oh, I got seen. Okay. Pigs are a little scary here, so I'll take the long path around to maximize avoidance odds. Level clear. All right. All right. Young adventure. It'll do. It'll do. Fire starter. The exciting climax. You've done it, but in the process, you've started a fire in the laboratories. You need to get out quick before the entire place is engulfed. Run, James, run. Very odd punctuation or lack thereof, but okay. What if this is an exciting action chase sequence? Oh, it kind of is. Holy shit. Dude, this is sick. Oh, we have to choose the correct path. I chose poorly. Ah, mission failed. Alright, okay. This is awesome. Action level at the end. This is so sick. To fully master the corner navigation. Okay, now what? I don't know if that fire is gonna like turn a corner. Okay. Hopefully I didn't need another crate. The corner. Alright, I'm pretty sure that first flame, it's just going to travel in a straight line. And the other one over there is just waiting for us. Dude, this is awesome. It's such a good, like, way to finish off after, like, a bunch of Sokoban puzzling, you know? Oh yeah, I guess I can't push these sideways no matter what, so... There's no other way to solve this. And if I had pushed the other one, it would go into that pit. I see. Oh my god, this is so difficult.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Atomic Runner has subscribed for 57 months. Lord Jiggy. Well, thank you, Lord Atomic Runner. That brings us ever so closer to another daily objective met at 600 out of 1,000 Q credits. Yeah, so this game has been a very light version of Sokoban with moving guards. But now we're in the final mission. We have infiltrated the castle and made it through all the way into the secret lab. We have destroyed all main vats of the eel-derived SilverFin serum that turns people superpowered. And in doing so, we have caused a fire, and now we need to escape in an action level. I need to like practice the cornering techniques. I wonder if mashing is better. I think it might be. Oh, you need... Holy shit, you need to actually push. But you can go either way. But I guess it's better to push.
Get ready, Q. You have work to do.
Atomic Runner donated a whole wad of cash. I could barely read that, but thank you very much. That's very generous. I guess that does not show... Okay, hang on. Let's see what happened there. Alright, okay. Something didn't quite trigger. And I'm not seeing a activity feed, because I guess that came through Streamlabs. Oh, shit like this is always broken or weird. Yeah, I can figure it out later. I just don't want anyone else to think that we have not completed today's goal. And I don't want to forget about that either. So let me just very quickly see why. Like if I put this off by too much, I will completely forget about it. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do that. Sure. I don't like pinning messages because I get they cover up so much of the chat and I have trouble seeing what's going on. That's probably a good idea. Thank you a lot for the donation in any case. I really, really appreciate that. Let's do that. How do I pin a message? I can't seem to do that from here. What the heck? Shouldn't I have like a mod? Wait, hang on. I can reply. How do I do this? Wait, what if I go to my stream manager? Do I get a different properly no, what if I go to show mod icons, turn on, yes. There we go. Unpin at end of stream. Okay. I don't know if that's mega obnoxious, but I think it works. Let me update the if I can find it. Do that. Yeah, you can minimize it, but it kind of depends on your layout. Sometimes the actual thing might be so large that you can't like reach the button to minimize it. It can get a bit fucked up. I'm sure you didn't mean for your donation to be this disruptive, but for the sake of not having worse issues down the line, I just want to make sure that this is taken care of. Yeah, the functionality is still broken, but everything else is like should be fine. Thank you again. I have 90-month skulls. I'm not sure how high it goes. I don't think it goes that high. I've been meaning to add more because people are coming up on I think 5.5 year subscriber. That's the icon I have. So I think that would be the highest level. And I think Goaty has the 5-year sub. Yeah, so I need to add some more. I have more slots, but I haven't bothered. Anyway, let's get back to SilverFin. I should probably have paused the timer for that, but that's okay. Okay. I'm glad there's no elaborate long intro for this stage that we have to arduously sit through at least. Get right into the action. Oh boy, my corner taking skills are deteriorating. Like, I reckon it's probably not like a matter of responsiveness. Well, I mean, I guess it is depending on definition, but it's like the pull rate. Like if you press too early. Okay. I'm assuming that's just gonna pass by. Oh, they just stop. Okay, so we need to cover this gap. Whoa, never mind. They turned the fucking corner. Okay, well, we learned. That's hilarious. Okay. Okay. You do get a fair chunk of time there, but that next box does not go in that first gap. Yeah, because I thought for sure this does not turn the corner. So like, oh, it should be fine. And also, how does... Well, I was going to say, how does fire turn a corner? But it's not as if fire only travels in exact perfect straight lines. Actually, for the name of science, let's just see what happens here. Does this fire also turn the corner? No. Oh, I think it probably does. Does. Pretty funny. I mean, if you outrun it, like the other fire is always going to be closer to you anyway. That shouldn't really cost us anything, I would think. Bit ahead here. But I feel like we're going to have to push something back. That other fire doing over there? That has me a little concerned. Saw a box. Are like going back and forth or something? I see. It is. Okay. But it's like 3 tiles wide. Should be safe here. It's a little scary. What's up, McCall 45? Boss fire. Yeah, this is the final boss. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done this. I need to wait so I can run with the fire behind my back. The other corner turning fire might be getting here soonish, though. But I was scared to, like, try to do this. Like, do the box pushing and everything with the fire behind me. But we should be, like, there's not much of the map left. Oh, fuck. No, wait, never mind. I forgot. I thought it was the corner turning fire. A little bit of room there to make sure we're clear. Another crate. Well, I can only push it one way. Intense. Doors open. Level clear. We did it. The ultimate Bond level. I mean, it's a pretty good Bond action set piece to finish out this fucking Sokoban game. How many Sokoban games have you played where you have to escape a burning lab with corner turning fires? Do we get a sweet Bond jingle or something at the end? Young Bond, we got the full rating, which of course, I mean, you can't complete this with less, but that's fine. I'm not gonna devalue the worth of the highest possible rating. Congratulations, James, you made it, and just in time. The whole castle is going up in flames. Okay, you've managed to put an end to Lord Hellebore's dastardly plans. George is okay, and look, here's Red Kelly too. What an adventure! What will then Chairman say? No one will ever believe you back at Eton, but maybe it's best to keep it to yourself. Surely nothing can top this. Young Bond will return in Blood Fever. I mean, that's time. We did it. So no victory jingle, no other music, no nothing. Was Blood Fever ever made? Blood Fever is the second Young Bond novel. If that was not clear, this game is a direct adaptation of SilverFin, which was the first novel in the Young Bond series. And this game came out... the first book came out in early 2005. This game came out around the same time as the second book to, like, promote the book, basically. So Young Bond did return in Blood Fever, but there was no game adaptation of it. That was pretty sick. That was a good climax to, a charming but not terribly super exciting game. Still, of all the, like, Bond phone games, we haven't seen many of them yet. I mean, I like this better than Ice Racer. And, I don't take for granted that every Bond game coming up for phones is going to be this good. Well, that's the game completed. Quantum gonna be ultimate. Yeah, I think that's one of the last ones of the J2ME ones. We're gonna consult the spreadsheet shortly anyway. We're gonna do the spreadsheet data collection. We're gonna calculate the Bond quotient. And I think we should try to get back to the tier list, because I don't think I ever actually updated the tier list after From Russia with Love. And I said that I want to, from here on out, update the tier list after every game, because when I leave it to these, like, milestones, it ends up just being these long times windows of time before I updated it. By the point we get to the update, I like barely remember the last game, and now we kind of ended up there anyway because I never did update it, and it's been like 2 months since I finished From Russia with Love. But that's all right. We'll just salvage that best we can. So we have a little bit of housekeeping left to do before the Bond questing is over for today, and in the process we will be looking at the spreadsheet anyway, so we can look at some of the upcoming games. But I did not take a break throughout all of that, and it has been now 2 hours 45 minutes of streaming, so it's high time I take a short break. But when I return, we will do all of the spreadsheeting and tier listing and updating and bond quotient calculation, etc., etc., that you may dream of. It's gonna be great. But in the meantime, let's take a short break, and I'll see you guys shortly. All right, I'm back. Mr. Fui asks, where is the option to change Lil Jug's outfit? It's only available for certain scenes, and it is not available in the Empire scene. So it's as simple as that. The feature is not implemented in every scene. Okay. The game has been completed. So we can close this. And we shall instead bring forth thy spreadsheet. Let me organize this. Give me a second. Browser window there. It's what we want. This should work, I suppose. There we go. So I'll need to do this, and I need to also have it on hand here. Do this so we can this nice and readable. Game number 35, SilverFin. Up next. I didn't even get around to say active. Before it was completed. On 2025, I literally just typed 2024. 2025-01-04. 2025-01-04 is when it was also completed. It was completed in 1 hour, 33 minutes, 25 seconds. Completed the game. No difficulty options, not much else to say. So yeah, completed the game is what we did. Unbold this, we'll mark it as green. And mission status up next. For Casino Royale, for J2ME. And here we have the list. You can see here, Casino Royale is up next, and after that we have James Bond Trivia and James Bond Top Agent. Oh yeah, I did type 2044. I typed a little quickly there. Thank you for pointing that out. It's been fixed. I mean, I never made any kind of mistake. So SilverFin is the first in a little group, little batch of phone games. And I have a feeling that James Bond Trivia is going to be like not the most exciting, but it's also a game that you wouldn't think is going to be too compromised by being on a phone. So like a trivia quiz type thing, I feel like a feature phone should be able to handle very well. But I reckon it's also the kind of thing that's probably not going to have a ton of budget or effort put into it. Nothing like the Ultimate Dossier with the extremely amazing Macromedia Director interface. And the phenomenal feature where you can click the help button to have Q explain stuff to you. And if you do it like 5 times, he gets like increasingly pissed off at Bond for being incompetent until he eventually just stops like picking up the phone. That's a pretty amazing feature. So, you know, obviously you wouldn't have like FMV on a phone game, but you know, that level of creativity and just heart, I don't expect to see in it, but who knows? And then James Bond Top Agent, I, at this point, have zero recollection of what that even is. So that's going to be interesting. And then, of course, we get the return of J2ME Bond at the tail end of the Quantum of Solace batch here. And that's going to be real interesting. And then we have 2 more phone games closer to the end here. License to Drive and Top Trumps 007, The Best of Bond. So Top Trumps, as I understand it, is an actual physical card game that has a bunch of like licensed versions and stuff. So this is like a phone game adaptation of that. I don't know. I look forward to finding out, but we've got ways to go before we get there still. So Java Ground, the developer of the Casino Royale game, is also the same developer of the Quantum of Solace phone game. So it'll be interesting to compare those for sure. whether they play similarly or not. So it would be remiss of me to also not calculate the bond quotient for SilverFin, and I reckon this is going to score fairly low. And I mean, a lot of that comes down to the source material, right? I was going to say he's like 13 years old, so he's probably not going to be driving. But I guess it was mentioned in the plot summary that he, like, I guess at the end of the book, he inherits his uncle's car or something. Baby's first Aston Martin. So, I mean, maybe it's not too far off. But yeah, I mean, some of the stuff that we're not going to give points for here would potentially be the result of a faithful adaptation to this particular book. But it also goes to show that, like, you know, if you have a story about James Bond as a child, it may turn out that it might not feel as James Bondian and might not be, like, great. Although, I mean, the plot summary made the book sound pretty sick, actually. So, I think what makes the book sick is not necessarily highly reflected in the game, though. In any case, let's fill this out, shall we? So, if you're new to this and unfamiliar with the concept of bond quotient, what that is my method of scientifically gauging which of these games is not the best James Bond game, but the most James Bond game, by attempting to quantify recurring features and elements in Bond films and seeing to which degree each of these games represent these aspects. And what we're doing currently will result in the so-called raw bond quotient, which is simply a score that is the sum of how many of these elements are present. You can get 1 point if the thing is there, and you can get a half point if something is there, kind of in spirit, but not to the letter, or maybe vice versa. Very specifically, you can get a minus point penalty if your game does not feature James Bond at all, which I doubt will be given out to any other games than the DS version of Rogue Agent, but we shall see. So I think the highest possible score right now is like a 30 or 31, and Everything or Nothing and From Russia with Love, I believe, are the two highest scoring games at 27. Now, these are not the final scores, because currently every aspect here is worth equal credit. But ultimately, not all of these things are as central to the Bond kind of formula, so to speak. And before James Bond is all over and done with, I will go through every Bond film and check for all these things to make sure that we weighed these values appropriately. So the gadgets, for example, if that is in 75% of the movies, but fisticuffs is in every movie, then it should be more important to feature fisticuffs than gadgets. And some of these things for sure are not going to be necessarily in every single movie, or even like most of them, or at least, like, I don't know exactly. So it'll be interesting to find out which of these values or which of these elements will be worth more. Like some of the lair stuff, like henchmen, like some of that is definitely something you definitely expected at a certain period in Bond films, but I'm sure there are plenty of Bond films that don't have a proper villain lair, for example. So that might not be as important as some other elements. But for now, we're just valuing everything equally, and at the end of the entire project, we will do the final bond quotient calculations, and I'm very excited about that. But all right, for now, let's go through SilverFin and add to the record how well it does so far. Gunplay, 0. One of the rare Bond games featuring a James Bond on foot being controlled, never using a gun. And in fact, not even fisticuffing. Like, you know, there's no guns or fisticuffs in Ice Racer, but that's a game in which you are seated in a car. Same with 007 Racing. Like, For a game that Bond is on foot and he's not punching or shooting. But it's not the only one. Octopussy for the Spectrum. It's a straight up adventure game with no punching or shooting. Anyway, no gadgets. No little, you know, school friend of Bond's who will provide him with high-tech gadgetry. Driving car? Nope. Driving other? None of that. Not only are there no car gadgets, there's no allusions or mentions or depictions of any vehicle at all in this game. Charm / smarm. I still need to find a better name for this because I don't really like this. I don't know, dry wit. Again, I remember that when we played the Ultimate Dossier multimedia CD-ROM, there was some description of Bond's character that I felt like, oh, you know, that's the word I should use. And I don't remember what it was. I need to change it. But anyway, the purpose of this is to sort of measure whether the game makes any effort of, whether through Bond's dialogue itself or in the narration or the vibe, or, you know, if anything is if any effort is put into having Bond's charming, you know, wit and personality shine through in the depiction. And I don't think we can really give this game any amount of credit for that. There is narration and writing in it, but it's extremely... I was gonna say it's extremely dry. It's a vague bit of personality to it, but it's not at all like the Bond tone exactly. So, yeah. Drinking is another one of those things that, you know, you would not hope, or at least expect, that drinking would be featured as an element of 13-year-old child James Bond's adventures at school. So that's fair enough. Stunts, you know, there's no marquee stunt moment. Like, I feel like I want to in some fashion acknowledge the sick, you know, flaming inferno challenge gauntlet at the end of the game. And it's like, if that was a scene in the film that doesn't exist, like, you could imagine a daring stunt of like swinging across a fire on a cable or something, but you know, now we're just writing fan fiction. So even though, you know, perilously turning 90-degree corners to escape the you know, corner turning fire was exciting, I don't think you can quite... We can imagine in our minds a dramatic stunt based on that, but it's not exactly what we saw on screen, so I'm going to say that's a 0. Gambling, I think that's a 0. Now, globetrotting is really a stretch. The back 2/3 of the game take place during James's spring break trip to Scotland.
70 bits, oh boy.
Sorry, have not heard this one in a while.
Well, you're quite welcome, and thank you for those 70 bits. Oh boy, appreciate that. Oh yeah, by the way, Atomic Runner, I was looking into it during the break, and I believe the source of the donation issue has been identified because my streamer bot was apparently logged out of the connection to Streamlabs because of some TOS update or something. So hopefully that should not be an issue moving forward, which, I mean, not that I think you were worried about it, but for my sake, it's nice to know that I think that's what... Because I was confused as to why it would have broken, but that would certainly explain it. That the bot that's keeping track of the numbers and stuff was not, like, plugged into the Streamlabs API, basically. Anyway, globetrotting is an interesting one because it's such a key feature, but it's not specifically necessarily only being in multiple locations on different continents, but just like, you know, how it's depicted and that sort of globe-spanning adventure. So you kind of get like a little baby version of it, but even getting a half point for this seems generous. While like it seems, from the perspective of the author writing this book, like maybe making sure to have an element of like travel be part of it is like, it feels like it could be a sort of deliberate acknowledgement of that aspect, just sort of scaled down to fit the premise. So I feel like we can give this an unprecedented 0.25 for acknowledging the element of travel, but it's like not really depicted, but it's explained. I mean, the first third of the game is literally hunting for the 4 pieces of James Bond's train ticket so that he can travel to Scotland. The journey to Scotland is a key plot element of SilverFin, the book and the game. So, well, I guess in the book it doesn't hunt for the ticket pieces, but it's some dramatic license taken in the game to make it more exciting. So, I think that's fair. There's obviously no M or Q briefing, given that neither character, well, I guess they exist. They're not, I mean, they were born, but they weren't really M or Q. Likewise, Q branch does not feature, neither does Moneypenny. However, oh wait, never mind. I was gonna say that this appears. It does not. James Bond. In fact, Bond himself doesn't really have any dialogue, which is interesting because we talked to 3 of his different compatriots who all give like mission briefing details of sorts, which now that I think of it, is that like a 0.25? I think like we've given rather some credit for mission briefing type stuff, even if it's not in the form of like M giving instructions. I think we can give, you know what, let's be generous. Because this is kind of a special case, I think it's reasonable. So it's not necessarily about the character of M. Like, I believe James Bond Jr. probably got I think it's the NES. James Bond Jr. has like the mission briefing from a made-up character who isn't in the show, but it's like a proper mission briefing. And there's been other games that have mission briefings, but they're kind of presented from almost as narration. They're not really delivered by the character of M, strictly speaking. So because we do kind of get that here, even if it's not like your spy mission is to do this or that, it's just like your mission is to open this door so you can advance to the next level. I feel like we can give this a 0.5. Maybe 0.5 is generous, but if we think of it like if M had been present in the context of the story, the way the briefings are presented in the game, you could easily say, oh yeah, it's, briefing from M. And I'm not sure if it's fair to reduce points just because M's not there, given that James Bond Jr. got full credit. So 0.5 is at least, seems perfectly reasonable to me. But James Bond is not a line of dialogue because James Bond himself does not have any dialogue at all. The Bond theme is not there. Neither is there like a theme song. There is music on stage 1, stage 5, and stage 10. The first stage of each little, subsection has music. That's the entirety of the music in the game. There's no gun barrel opening. There's no approximation of opening credits. There is no product placement. There's, in fact... Are there any products in the game? I don't know. But that's a 0. The Bond in Peril, I would say, the typical... in the plot summary that we read, Bond gets apprehended and kidnapped and, full-on proper Bond in peril moment. And that's not shown in the game. But maybe this is where we can give some credit for the, you know, the fire situation. He's like trapped in the lab. It's not really in the spirit of this element, because this is more about Bond being captured and having to escape, you know, having to escape being in the villain's custody or being locked up in a trap or that kind of thing. And like no one placed him in the path of the corner turning fires or anything. Like, he did that fully on his own accord. So maybe that doesn't quite count. All right, cool. I just got an update on my package delivery that it's been unfortunately delayed with no more information. Okay, cool. I guess that's not coming today. Oh well, no need to worry about that then. So I think because there's like not a lot of other places where we can give credit for this, I think giving a full point seems weird because it's not really, I mean, this happens in the book and they chose not to depict that. But they did like give us a cool action climax. But I don't know, I feel like that's maybe that's just something that goes beyond, because like action climax is not a thing in any other, like we haven't ranked that because it seems like that's a given, I guess, because most games just like are action, or just like a climax set piece of some kind. And I don't know how quantifiable that is. And there, like what I'm getting at is like maybe that's not really truthfully a Bond quotient type of thing. Maybe that's more of a tier list discussion, like how good is the game as a game. Yeah, because it's got a satisfying cool climax. Because if we try to quantify that in terms of the films, like which films have an exciting action climax and which don't, that's going to be a real blurry line, because I reckon almost every single film is going to have at least an attempt at an exciting action climax, but some of them might just not really, you know, deliver on it. So I think this is where we have to find some room for it. So I'm going to give it a 0.5. Because it is at the very least a perilous situation, and he's like barely equipped to deal with it. He has to use his finest corner taking technique to escape the burning lab. The Bond likeness isn't really a Bond quotient kind of thing for a multitude of reasons. It gets kind of awkward to track, and obviously I can't draw any equivalency to the films. But it's an interesting kind of data point irrespective of that. Just to see which games feature some kind of likeness and not. And this, of course, does not. In fact, we don't really ever see Bond's face. Adult Bond never had to deal with corner-turning fire. Exactly. And young Bond has his own sets of exciting adventures. And, yeah, it's funny that, like, I've never felt super compelled to read the Fleming novels. Like, I have a degree of curiosity about them. But I'm not like, man, I really need to, like, I'm getting into James Bond, like, I gotta read the books, like, eh. But the fucking young Bond books, I'm like, it sounds pretty, I want to read this book. But of course, like, you know, it is, as I said, this is the one game that is actually an adaptation of a novel, whereas every other game is either an original story or an adaptation of a film. So because the games aren't adaptations of the novels, I guess that connection was never that strong to begin with. Like, there was never a reason for me to feel that this project makes me want to read the novels, because there's no real I mean, my curiosity for the Fleming novels are basically not strictly connected to James Bond per se. It's more about curiosity about Bond in general, whereas this is like a little bit more directly connected. But even then, it just like sounds like a fun time, I guess. And there is a graphic novel version of this story as well. I'm like half tempted to check that out at some point. But I digress. Sexy ladies. There is apparently he has some sort of a fling with some lady in the book. She was not featured in the game at all. and which means that there were also no evil sexy ladies. The plot summary alludes to some display of dick powers from young James Bond, but given that there was no receptacle for those powers in the game, we of course did not really see them or even hear about them in the game version. So there's no henchman. There is a villain in the story, but he is not shown in the game. He's not featured in the game, and he is kind of mentioned in passing, but not really. The game, like, I'm glad we read the plot summary of the book before playing the game, because yeah, the plot's quite truncated in the game, and I'm unsure to what degree the character was even really mentioned, much less described. The spawn quotient is going to be quite low. Yeah, that's what I expected, but I'm not sure if it's going to be the lowest. Well, and if it is, even that wouldn't be the most surprising. So I don't think we can quite give this credit for depicting a villain. Like, there are other games. I'm thinking of The Duel on the Mega Drive, which I believe, I guess it doesn't show here, but I think that's the Mega Drive version, and the Master System version came after. So in the Mega Drive version, the plot as written in the manual alludes to Dr. Death or something, who's like cloning all of Bond's adversaries. But this character is never shown on screen or mentioned in text anywhere in the game. But the manual makes mention of him, and possibly the back of the box. And in the Master System version, he is absent altogether. So, you know, either you have games like the Spectrum light gun games that don't really have, I mean, even like License to Kill, which is an awesome game, like, you crash into Sanchez's truck, so like there's a scene from the film, but we never see Sanchez on screen or even really mentioned. So it's not the first time, you know, we're getting a story that has a villain that just like aren't featured in the game. The lair, I mean, it's at least a half point. It's a secret underground lab in the basement of a castle. I mean, fuck it, that's a full-on lair. It's like not depicted perhaps with the most visual splendor, but thematically, conceptually, I mean, he's got fucking mutant pigs. Do those count as henchmen? I guess not. I guess they're more like grunts. We've got evil scientists walking around the lab. Yeah, that's a lair. That's gotta count. No villain speech on account of there being no villain and not really much speech. However, young Bond will return was featured in the ending, and that's perfect. That made me happy. However, we are, yes, very likely to see a low end of the score here. So there is a game here with 0, and that's because I didn't fill anything in here, because I didn't update this when I finished the game, and I didn't want to try to fill this in based on a very incomplete memory. So it's like, yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and review the game footage. Plus there's the mystery gambling mini game and Everything or Nothing that we never even saw. The GBA version, that is. So there's some stats that have to be kind of filled in, and there's also like Hover Chase, which we ended up not being able to play because the emulation doesn't work properly. But even then, it got a 5. So Lord Bromley's Estate and Q's Armory, the two Spectrum light gun games, have 2 points. So those are the lowest rated ones. I think SilverFin gets above that, but not by a huge margin. Let's find out. 3.25. So, I mean, almost double. Again, unsurprising. But who knows? Before James Bond is finished, maybe we will have thought of additional aspects to track that this game actually manages to check off. I mean, I wouldn't bet on it, but I think it'll also be interesting to see how much of this comes down to SilverFin being a story about 13-year-old James Bond in school, and how much of it comes down to it being a mobile phone game that is like really, really simple. So it's actually going to be really interesting to see how the different mobile games compare to each other. Actually, I'm also curious, just looking at it right now, James Bond Jr. Yeah, the NES James Bond Jr. scored 5.5, and the Super Nintendo one scored 14. Kind of curious to see. Yeah, it had the theme song. Yeah, it had the briefing and okay, interesting. View branch. Yeah, I guess the NES James Bond Jr. game takes place on one island, and the Super Nintendo game you travel between different locations. I gave it point for stunts because there's like jumps on the you drive a boat and you do jumps and stuff. So it's kind of interesting that the discrepancy between the two are. I mean, they're two totally different games, but I was wondering if like the setting of James Bond Jr. inherently means that also is going to struggle to get to a higher number of points. But 14.5 is very respectable, taking that into account. I mean, that's higher than the Stealth Affair, which of course is also not originally a James Bond game, but still. Ian Fleming's James Bond 007 and Live and Let Die, the computer game, got 4 points. Another game that was repackaged as a Bond game. So yeah, I mean, like, some of these other very, very simple 80s computer games or phone games and stuff like are gonna get these fairly low ratings, but it's gonna be really cool to see Casino Royale and Quantum of Solace, for example, which are, I think, gonna be the games that are the closest to like trying to package the same kind of experience as the full-on console games with like shooting and maybe a bit of gambling, maybe a bit of driving. They're gonna probably want to try to squeeze in more stuff. And yeah, it'll be cool to see how that works out. James Bond trivia, it's also going to be like, how the fuck do you even measure that? But we'll figure that out when we get to it, which will not be today. So the next game featured in James Bond will, of course, be... wait, hang on. There we go. Casino Royale. Imagine that you are 007... that you are... Okay, I need to fix a little typo there. Imagine that you are 007 agent in Casino Royale. Complete 15 dangerous missions serving Her Majesty. Casino Royale gives you opportunity to test your intellect, quick wit, and to try how it feels to be a mysterious guy whose name is Bond. James Bond. All right, I mean, all these little blurbs are like mostly copy pasted from like Moby Games and Game FAQs and stuff, but I don't know who wrote this. A mysterious guy whose name is Bond, James Bond. All right, okay, well, but maybe that's setting the stage for the level of style and quality to expect from this. But who knows? Might be awesome. We will find that out in the future. And of course, as always, we need to be fully up to speed on the lore. So that means we will be doing a movie night on Discord to watch the film Casino Royale in conjunction with the beginning of this quest. I cannot say for sure when that will happen, as I want to try to make sure that we watch the film fairly immediately before starting the game. It might be... I would like to try to do that within the coming week. We might do it, like watch the film Friday night and play the game Saturday or something. I also kind of, like, the tricky thing is I want to be able to give people a heads up before the movie night. But also, I don't know, it gets a little complicated. But if you're interested in watching that, we do that together on Discord. you can check out the movie zone and you can sign up for notifications if you want to get alerts for announcements regarding movie nights. So if you're interested in that, go check that out, and we will be updating as we figure out the exact schedule of it. Now, there's one more part here, and that is the tier list. Now, I'm not exactly sure how I... okay, I think this is going to be how we do this. Alright, give me a moment here. I believe we can do this. And there we have it. So this is the most recent tier list, and as you can see here, From Russia with Love is still unranked here, and here we have SilverFin. So I mean, we got quite a few games on the board here, and there's a shrinking amount of them left, which is exciting. One thing I was kind of torn about as we were updating this previously is that I feel like between these top two tiers, we added the B plus tier because the A and B were getting kind of crowded, and I felt like the games weren't really truly all on the same level. But I've also felt that like the S tier might get a little crowded too, or like there's some stuff that just doesn't seem like it's quite fully on the same level. And looking at it now, I'm like immediately flip-flopping back and forth, because I was going to say, but like, yeah, but I think we'll keep it. Now that I think of it, no, I think we need to add one more row above here for the S plus God game tier. We'll give that a properly distinct color. The 007 tier. Well, we can workshop the title if need be, but I think it's safe to say that the Game Boy game and Everything or Nothing are both S plus tier God games. Because I like Nightfire, but it's not as good as Everything or Nothing. I like the Master System game a lot, but it's not as good as these two. And I think From Russia with Love goes here as well, because I definitely like it better than anything that's in the A tier, but it's not on the level. Like, there's a distinct slump, sort of a gap in quality between Everything or Nothing and From Russia with Love. From Russia with Love is, in a way, one of the most disappointing games in this entire project, which isn't to say that I think it's the weakest. I mean, obviously, I don't. I'm placing it in the S tier. But expectations after Everything or Nothing were so high. Like, I've never gone into a game with higher expectations than I did with this one. And I was really surprised to see that in so many ways it was, like, lacking compared to this. Or compared to Everything or Nothing. Because the Bond moment stuff was not done as well. Like, the pacing and the level structure, which was so awesome with this, like, tons of these super short, really intense, awesomely varied missions. Like, that was kind of gone. Some of the levels were just, like, a little more big and sprawling in a way which was not made, you know, it didn't make the game any more fun. I think the aiming was improved. With the way you have to, like, press a certain button to enter the kind of manual aiming mode. Like, I think that actually worked really well, because the aiming and lock-on and stuff in Everything or Nothing is actually really clever and well designed, but it's a little bit cumbersome and it's a little bit inelegant at times. And From Russia with Love, like, definitely feels like the aiming system in From Russia with Love feels like an iteration where they refined and polished a mechanic from the previous game. And that way, like, the way that mechanic felt refined and improved is exactly what I would want to see in the entire rest of the game. And instead, like, so many elements felt like they were just watered down lesser versions of what had been done previously. There's a few other nice things. The fact that you can, like, collect these outfits, so you can just swap skins at will. Like, that's a fun feature for a third-person game, especially. Like, just having different skins is a cool thing. But the stuff that was, like, improved over Everything or Nothing were very few and far between, whereas the stuff that wasn't, like, as good were kind of all over the place. It is still a fun game that's easy to recommend. I really liked it, but it's a clear... I would not feel comfortable putting those two in the same level. Like, if the S tier had existed as it was, that's the clear place for this, because I think it's there over these games. But even now, I think it's... I don't know. I was going to say that it's, like, pretty loose up here, like it's lower S tier. But Nightfire is... I don't know. Nightfire is a cool game, but it's pretty annoying in some places. But it's one of those things where the higher highs of that game, like, elevate it, and the low points are annoying, but you can kind of overlook them in terms of appreciating the awesome stuff in the game. You didn't think Rogue Agent was that bad? I did. I thought it was really, really bad. It was really frustrating. It was just not fun, and it was, like, shocking how so many things that were even, like, kind of good ideas were executed in, like, the worst possible way. It was like scientifically engineered to not be fun. It really sucked, but honestly, I don't really want to dwell on it. Yeah, the narrative is awful. Like, that's the thing. Like, there's anything you can think of that's, like, a redeeming quality of the game is something that, like, happens to shine through in spite of everything else, and it's not even, like... anything that's good about it feels like a complete accident. And I'm sure that's not a fair or accurate assessment, but that's, like, kind of how it feels. I mean, as far as, like, annoyance factor and stuff, like, GoldenEye, I think, is an interesting game. But I think it's a game that you have to really kind of grind and, like, spend time with to learn to appreciate. Like, you have to be okay with its strange quirks. Like, I think the promise of these varied missions with different objectives and how you're supposed to complete them and everything is interesting and novel, but it's like that aspect of it, I don't think it's executed super well. Like, the instructions you get are unclear and confusing, and the instructions kind of only make sense after you know how everything works. It's not that it's impossible to deduce or figure out, but you still kind of have to go in mostly blind, and after you understand what each of your gadgets are, when it's like, yeah, plant the modem on the mainframe, and it's like, fuck's the mainframe? Oh, it's this. Is it this gray N64 cube, or is it this bluish gray N64 cube, or is it this beige N64 cube over here? And you just have to know, or toss your modem onto each of them and just see which happens to trigger the objective completion. There's stuff like that that just, like, feels very unrefined, and the stealth is, like, atrocious. The mechanics of, like, guards being alerted and everything, like, just, it's a game that, like, comes together in interesting, cool ways if you know exactly how to play it. But if you don't, it, like, totally falls apart in... It doesn't, like, completely fall apart, but there's enough instances of the game totally falling apart in that way where it doesn't feel correct to me to say that it's, like, a masterpiece. Like, it's just so... For me, like, it was too confusing and frustrating and annoying too frequently to, like, reach that higher level. But there were aspects of it that I liked significantly more than I even expected. Like, just the feel of most of the guns and shooting enemies and stuff, like, you know, yeah, it runs with a poor frame rate and it doesn't look very nice, but it's like, you know, it felt pretty good. And I think the world's done enough, or really doesn't get enough credit either, because I think in a lot of ways they, like in a lot of ways it is a lesser game. It doesn't have maybe the same sort of staying power in the challenges and the difficulty levels and the reward stuff and everything. But it's a great looking game, all things considered, and I think they really did a good job of like taking the GoldenEye template and building something with it, while like kind of building on that and doing something slightly different and I think fairly interesting with, for example, like the mission briefing objective kind of structure stuff. Like that wasn't done great in GoldenEye, but obviously it can be forgiven for not nailing it because it was like a pretty new concept. But I think most subsequent Bond games didn't really have that element of trying to figure out what the objective is on the fly. And I don't know that I've come across a game that I feel suffer for it. I think there is, on paper, and I'm sure we will see this in the IO Interactive game, great value in the idea of you have a vague idea what you're supposed to do, but it's up to you to figure out a solution for how to achieve it. Like, yeah, you could argue that it doesn't give you the full Bond experience to be told exactly where to go, exactly what to do. But I think in many games, having that sort of, you do this and then you do that and you do this, you still have the feeling of Bond accomplishing multiple steps on his way towards achieving his goal. Whereas in GoldenEye, when you have objectives and on paper you're supposed to kind of figure it out, it ends up feeling a little, like you end up feeling a little, or I did anyway, feeling a little lost and a little confused in a way that does not help realize the kind of power fantasy of being James Bond. In a way, like being told explicitly what to do or where to go could be seen as the game replicating Bond's innate sense of being able to tell where he should be going and what he should be doing. So like, I think conceptually there's a lot of depth to be explored, but I don't think GoldenEye really does it super duper well. It makes a very admirable effort, but ultimately, because I felt that that part had too much sort of confusion and frustration attached to it, I don't think it makes the game more fun for me to play than you know, subsequent games that had a much more straightforward kind of take on it. Anyway, we're not here to rank GoldenEye. That's been done. We're here to rank From Russia with Love and SilverFin. Now, SilverFin is a real tricky one because it's obviously a very basic game, but it had some neat, cute touches, and for what it was, like, I think it was actually quite good. Like, it didn't... Like, you could take that entire design, like the Sokoban guard avoiding puzzly stuff. Yeah, it's basic, but it's not bad, and it's not, like... Well, I was gonna say it's not stupid. Maybe it is a bit stupid, but, like, I think if we look at this list and kind of see what's on here and how things are ranked... when we look at the very lower end, it's mostly games that are... Like, if you look at the F tier, those are games that are just fully frustrating and annoying, and you have to really push through the frustration and annoyance to try to find something cool. Or, like in the case of The World's Not Enough for the Game Boy Color, there's such, like, egregiously, outrageously hostile game design decisions that even if there are cool other parts in it, like, it's just... the game's got to be penalized for having the audacity to give you this, like, 15-minute stealth level with instant game overs and 0 checkpoints. And that's, like, the rest of the game isn't good. That level stands out as being, like, orders of magnitude worse than everything else, but, you know, you have to really struggle to find fun parts in it. And we go to the D tier, and it's similar in that, like, they're all mostly really difficult, and or there's like the light gun games are a different story because there's just like isn't much to them. Like as far as how this rating goes, it's not as if I put everything at the top tier and then I start docking things and putting it lower and lower. Like something has to earn its sort of spot in the upper half of the list by doing something in particular, and these light gun games don't really do that. Octopussy is like a very basic and simple adventure game that suffered a lot for being needlessly finicky about like having to stand on the exact right pixel to do something. It's just like not a well executed version of that style of game. And it's the same thing with the Stealth Affair, really. It has beautiful presentation and great music, but the actual adventure game design of it is, I think, fairly shockingly bad. It's so easy to see how so many things would have been much better if, you know, it's like when you start coming up with a million ways to improve the game, that's also like not a great sign. So instinctively, I feel like SilverFin is definitely not down here on account of being a simple game, but I wouldn't, you know, if you look at like the A tier and license the game, like, oh man, this is a sick game, all these games are so cool, like I'm not feeling that level of enthusiasm for SilverFin. I would say it's probably kind of right down the middle here, because even B+, like, I think the mobile phone games in general are gonna struggle to go over B, A tier, even when they're cool, just because there's not gonna be that much to them. And while SilverFin was fine for what it wasn't like super exciting either. The finale was awesome. Like, I really liked that. I guess you could say, like, if the game was a B, the finale kind of elevated to a B+, perhaps. But it was also not really... And I guess you can't really expect too much of these phone games, but in terms of having... There was, like, no... The ending was just 2 screens of text. No sound, no graphics. There was no real cool sort of reward. You had the 2 different tile sets. We didn't get a new tile set for the lab. Like, it's so stripped down and basic that there's like not a lot of cool stuff there to be excited about. But if you look at what's in the B tier, I think once we start stepping below that, it's when we get to the point where, like, even C tier stuff is like not necessarily annoying or frustrating to the point of being a bad experience, but there's like nothing really elevating it beyond average either. And I think there's aspects of the level design, and especially the finale of SilverFin, that like has more going for it, that is more interesting than any of these games. And it wasn't a frustrating affair either. So I think that seems about fair. Like, the B tier is a mix, really, of cool ideas that weren't really executed well, or like James Bond Jr. for the NES, which is weird and not great, but has some really cool stuff in it. PC Nightfire, that like has a few things from the console version that is cool in both games, but it's like such a worse execution of all those things, and levels are way too long. And if I go to B+, like, these are all games that I feel like, man, I like this game. You know, nothing here is permanent. Like, if we look at it and it just doesn't seem to add up, things could shift up or down. I'm a little torn on whether SilverFin is a B or a B+. But I guess it's like, I don't feel much excitement about the idea of replaying it. It's a fairly fine version of what it is. Like, maybe you could speedrun it, I don't know. But because it's so lackluster in the presentation, even if that's a direct, you know, result of it, of the platform and everything and the technical limitations, everything that's in B+ and above is like a game I'd be pretty excited to boot up again at some point and just to play it again. And there are some games that are lower on the list that I could see doing that with, because it's like, you know, there might be some charm or interest to it. Maybe I'm just speaking from a position of having literally just completed it. but there's just like not a lot there. I think if there had been like cool cutscenes or just something that makes the experience fun to go through again beyond the, you know, the satisfaction of figuring out how to solve the puzzles, it would be an easier game to treat as something you're happy to come back to. But I think lacking in that area is maybe what's keeping it from elevating past a B tier game. So I think for now, at least, B is where SilverFin lands. And I think that's pretty respectful. I mean, I don't think anyone would expect this game to be on the level of most of what's up in the higher tiers. And it's still above. I mean, granted, these aren't necessarily held in the highest regard, but I'm sure some people would assume that Nightfire for the GBA is a better game than SilverFin on phones. I would disagree. So I think that's where we leave it for now. And yeah, it's going to be real interesting to see how we compare these other phone games, how they relate to each other, but also to everything else on the list. So yeah, that's the updated Games Bond tier list for January 2025. I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen here, so let me hide this off screen. Gonna save. Well, actually, hang on. Let me give me a moment. See that I have my naming convention straight here. All right, so save as Games Bond tier list, January 4th, 2020. I almost didn't update the update the year. January 4, 2025. Save. That's saved. And of course, I do have a template. So if you disagree with my rankings, you can, I guess, search for Games Bond on tiermaker.com. You can probably find this. I'll probably link this on Discord as well after the stream. And you can do what I just did. And either you can use the template and just get a clean slate. I guess, or that's how this works. Or you can remix, which is what that was, I guess, where you get your work off of whatever placement I had done here. So I'm glad we finally got around to that, and I'm excited to see how this list will end up looking at the very end. That concludes the Games Bond segment of today's stream. I'm getting a little bit hungry because I kind of ate breakfast-ish. And I haven't really eaten properly since. But I could probably find the energy for more video game. And, well, if I do commit to taking a break, I wouldn't really want to come back from a break and say, never mind, we're ending the stream. So I guess we're going to do something else. But what we're doing after this, I'm not so sure. In order for something to function properly, I'm going to hop on over here. Knights of the Round Run? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'll consider it. I don't have a lot of other things in mind. I was thinking, I did play a little bit of Dead Rising yesterday, because I kind of felt like I want to finish that. I still kind of want to write something for my website about that game. And regardless, if I want to have a proper opinion on it, I feel like I need to finish it. So I was thinking like, maybe if we have time, I'll do a bit of that on stream, but I don't really feel like it. So Knights of the Round doesn't seem like a terrible idea. Maybe we'll do that, maybe something else, I'm not sure. But either way, we'll take a short break. and we will see what happens when I come back. So see you guys in a few minutes. All right. Let's see. I'm back. And you know what? I cannot be bothered trying to think of something else. So let's do some Knights of the Round. Why not? We can hop on over here. And we can do this. Cover art. I might actually have the poster for this. A horrible scan, but fine, it'll do. So yeah, I played this on stream a couple of days ago, I guess. Well, I was gonna turn off the timer, but if it's on screen, we might as well time the run. Why not? And I did another playthrough off stream, and I didn't yet put any time into research. I'm really just kind of going by my own experience, but I also came to the conclusion that, like, I definitely want to, or rather, I need to do some research if I want to try to improve at a faster rate. And like, I'm sure there's stuff to learn. And by sheer happenstance, I wasn't looking for strategy tips, but I happened to come across, like, I was supposed to Google up a picture or something, and I just found this dude's like review or something, where he kind of went into some strategy stuff, and it talked about the RNG manipulation to get better item drops and stuff. And that was really interesting. I didn't like learn anything about it. Oh, well, I didn't learn how to do it, rather. But I know, like, what are the parts of the game that you can kind of look at to learn some specific stuff that can be pretty consistently replicable, that can give you either extra one-ups or free level ups and that kind of thing, which I'm sure in the long run will have a pretty, like, big impact on the ability to do a decent run. But there's also, like, strategy against specific enemies and bosses, not least, that I would like to read up on a little bit, but also just do some, like, save state practice and stuff. So I haven't done any more practice now, but just from having played through it like twice, we can see how we can do. So if I'm not mistaken, we're playing in what's called Capcom Arcade Second Stadium. And it's a little weird. I think if we go into the game, it's not going to have any of my previous scores saved. It doesn't seem like the high score table is saved, which I think is pretty weird. And even if you can somehow go and see your previous records, even that, like, I noticed there's stuff like this that's like a little weird about this collection. The games seem to play fine. I'm not having any problems with inputs or anything. So yeah, this is from like the score challenge where you just get a single credit. So this is just tracking the special challenges. It's not tracking your, like, whatever. But even if there was a way to find my, like, regular just generic play high score, because this game in particular does not track, well, it does track your continues separately from the score. In most Capcom games, whenever you continue, it just adds a single digit to your score, so you can see by the score, if the score ends with like 14, that means you used 14 continues. But this game doesn't do that. It has a separate continues counter, so if we don't see the continues counter listed, then we wouldn't know. And at this point, I'm less concerned about score and more concerned about how many continues I would have used to beat the game. What's up, Duke? We just finished SilverFin, the mobile phone adaptation of the novel of the same name, featuring 13-year-old James Bond in boarding school, which turned out to be an isometric Sokoban clone. Well, it's not a Sokoban clone, but it's got Sokoban elements with a little action set piece final level. Yeah, my scores were not saved there in the ranking, by the way. It ended up landing pretty smack dab in the middle of the tier list, so not bad. Not bad. I kind of want to read the novel, though. It features secret experiments to create a serum from eels that give people superpowers. So that, like, sounds like a pretty good James Bond villain plot. So who knows? Maybe I will become an avid reader of the Young Bond series of novels. Unfortunately, only the first book got a video game. But, you know. It's better than it could have been, that's for sure. I guess, I don't know how it works because I never bother learning the buttons. But I guess you could, like, do a save state. Oh yeah, you can just save game. But it's so stupid that you have to do this in order to, like, keep your scores. Like, why are you like this? I'm having, like, increasingly mixed feelings about these collections. Like, the emulation seems fine, and it's a good collection of games. So buying this at, like, 60% off, I don't feel ripped off or anything. But it's remarkable how easy it is to come across things that you kind of just wonder, why did they do it like that instead of some other way? It's kind of weird. Yes, the Game Men button is very good. Just an effect of how I have the screen cropped, of course. Press hamburger for Game Men. Words to live by. So when I first played this on stream, I played Lancelot, and then when I played it off stream, I played Percival. And Arthur seems kind of weird, and probably the hardest to use. So I'll avoid him for now. But I'm kind of tempted. So I don't have the scores listed, but I remember that when I played it and finished it with Percival, I completed the game with 15 continues. I believe my first playthrough was somewhere between 16 and 18, so it was like a very, very slight improvement. But I'm curious if by using Lancelot, I would have a different experience. Another thing I learned, by the way, when I skimmed through that kind of review, is that I'd noticed that Percival has a back roll, which is, it's interesting that Percival, looking like he's going to be the Hagar, he's actually like the most mobile character, because he is the only character that has a run. And he also has the backwards roll. And I'm not sure if the tutorial here actually shows it to it, but I wasn't able to figure out, or I didn't really understand or know how to do it. But apparently, the backwards roll is just his version of the final fight backwards jump, which Lancelot and Arthur also have. We'll see here if they actually show it. The timing, like... Yeah, he doesn't do it. But I know that in the Percival demo, he does do the roll. Because I'm pretty sure there's a how-to-play demo for each character. But the timing of the button inputs are, like, super confusing to look at, even when you know how inputs work. But yeah, I felt that... Yeah, that's Arthur just did the backwards jump right there. The thing is, I think Percival's back roll, it's easy to see how that could be useful. It's less clear to me how useful a backwards jump is. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna, like, experiment with that too much. Are we playing the English version, by the way? We are. Let me just double check. I wonder, surely, nothing indicates that the game would, like, track this separately, but I wonder if somehow my high score is actually listed still here. It could be. I just want to double check. Anyway, we're gonna play as Lancelot this time and see if I have managed to... No, the top score is still 80k. Learned anything. Another thing, by the way, Macaw, if you're still in chat, maybe you could just answer this straight up. I saw some mention that you get different score based on how you kill enemies. I took that to mean that different attacks will give you different score values. I'm not sure if that's a thing, then that maybe could add up quite a bit over the course of a run. Because score is important in this game, because score is how you level up, and leveling up makes you more powerful. I haven't actually seen, like, stats on how you become more powerful, but you get a cooler looking armor, so it's important for that reason, if nothing else. Yeah, the enemy chaining is actually explained. Surprisingly enough, this collection does have a little bit of tips and tricks where it sort of explains a few things like that. So you can see in the game, it's not like super intuitive if you don't know about it, but basically, if you kill the same enemy type in sequence, there's actually a number that pops up on screen that shows you the extra score you get. So it's kind of like chaining, like Goomba jumps or whatever in Mario, where the longer the chain is, the higher the bonus is for each bonus. After a chain, you can use a Super Joy, and all enemies killed with the Super Joy will chain. That's actually kind of cool. That's interesting. I haven't gotten like super good at like using so you see the little green number. If there's a green number that shows up that shows up from like picking up items, I mean, whatever, but you can see the number score show up when you get the chain bonus. I haven't gotten like a supernatural feel for when to use the Super Joy, but I do use it quite liberally. Because if you like fuck up blocking, it's very easy to get comboed, or not even really comboed, but just you get hit multiple times for like 40 to 80% damage. Yeah, but that makes sense, Miko. That's like how I thought of it, because like for example, the reason I kind of brought up, yeah, he did the roll there. I forgot if he actually showed the inputs for it, probably. Is that I don't know how much damage the Super Joy does, so you want to kind of make sure that enemies are at low health before you try it. But it's not super easy to keep track. Like, I don't know, there's a lot going on at once. Not at all required for 1cc. Yeah, like, because there are no... Like, scoring isn't important for extends, so it's not important for survival per se. Leveling up does refill your health, which, if you manage to time it correctly, which I suppose... It seems entirely plausible to me that you might want to route kind of around that. Like, getting that level up at a crucial moment can basically be the equivalent of an extend. But you can't really postpone leveling up, and, like, it seems unwise. Like, the only reason you could or would want to postpone leveling up, it's like if you're counting on taking damage. Like, if I don't want to level up now, it's because, oh yeah, I'm going to take damage, so I want to take the damage first and then level up. But you are not going to route around. I mean, maybe if it's stuff like, you know, it's going to be like, I will be taking damage here, but even then, like, it seems kind of situational. But of course, like, if you level up from using the Super Joy, you do get that health back immediately, so that, like, that's not really an expense. Routing is way too much effort and not fun. Yeah, I'm just speaking in, like, hypothetical terms. I wouldn't... Like, I'm much more at a point where, like, I would be looking for developing general strats, where it's like, I know how to fight this enemy, so now I know these guys here, I'll just do it this way. Or, you know, at most, memorizing specific encounters and strategies for them. But just like trying to, like, I think for now, trying to chain where I can, and also maybe practicing avoidance and defense for, like, that's the tricky part, I think, for, like, staying alive while trying to be careful about which enemies you kill. Because if you try to go for the chains, it's obviously quite easy. Like, you're gonna leave enemies alive longer than you would otherwise, and it puts you in a dangerous position. And you need to be able to manage that. Yeah, the bonuses, yeah, chaining the soldiers who, like, do nothing, you get, like, 120 and then 240 or something. Like, it's in the low hundreds. But it makes sense that the bigger enemies give you bigger chain bonuses, too. Well, we'll see how it goes. Official Twitter account promised you the Golem game. Golem is remaining shrink wrapped for now, but who knows? Oh, that's not my jump button. Oh yeah, that's the back jump. That's really... That seems kind of a liability. I forgot how to heavy attack. So I got a little bonus there. Whoops. That's pretty bad. 300. But I reckon there's probably places like this, like timer. I'm not sure how important time is for score, but yeah, so I got 800 for that. But I feel like there's I've been playing generally like a lot more aggressively than perhaps is necessary. So like getting the chain on these guys, like using a super joy there to protect the chain, I guess it's probably not going to be super meaningful. Getting food at full health for extra score. But yeah, I like that the score, like actually having gameplay impact, means that playing for score becomes fun in a way that isn't necessarily the case. This guy gets like stunned on knockdowns. And this guy will be a regular enemy soon enough. Oh, that's poorly timed. And he wasn't stunned. Yeah, I whiffed the counter, so I lost my invincibility bonus. Yeah, so blocking confers invincibility for a brief moment. And that's an extremely crucial strat for bosses and kind of in general. But it's not necessarily about like having to use the iframe window for your attack. Even if that is a thing. Oh, I messed up the block. But having the iframe window to move around fucked up so bad. That item kills everything on screen and turns them into score items, but it turns into items that give you a lot less score than killing the enemies would. But this is actually like pretty terrible. These guys do have range. Lancelot can... I'm not sure if I can outrange them per se, but usually reasonably safe, I guess. They do kind of stay just outside your range. No. So I killed those at the same time, and I didn't get the bonus. Ah! Couldn't hit him enough. I definitely have not practiced like using the horse very well. So horses give you basically no defense. Yeah, the power hit seems extremely hard to use. You just do this. Okay, that seems like it might work. probably should have just killed him. Probably would have gotten more score. So the other thing is, like, you can use the... I read that there's a trick that you can, like, you can dismount without sending the horse away. But otherwise, you can just do that. If you want to, like, have the horse leave the screen so other enemies can't use it. So the second boss, I struggle with how to fight, and I've not gotten through... Yeah. Too greedy for pointless change scores. But yeah, this is a good example of... Oh, see, he outpoked me. And I lost half-life because of that. The way enemies can, like, vary their timing like that is so fucking terrifying. I'm gonna take his horse, fire the horse, and fight on Hood. Oh, I can't even speak. Right. An important health refill there, but... I mean, he loses his horse eventually anyway, I think. Maybe I can just do this. Okay. Okay, well, that still kind of worked. Oh, that's so tricky. Like, he does these constant cross-ups. I blocked. He blocked that. Oh, he fucked up. That was still a better fight than I've had before. Yeah, I can see that. Like, you just gotta, like... It's yeah, like, the biggest problem I have with the game so far, and I mean the biggest obstacle I'm encountering, not biggest problem as in the biggest thing I think is bad. See, that seems kind of consistent, but I guess that's the one you can manipulate because it's right at the beginning of the stage. But whenever I play, it seems like that one always turns into an apple, so I guess that's like the standard, like that one is just particular like that. So the way the RNG manipulation works is the big food and score items, if the random number is at a certain value, it turns into a different item, and it can be typically it's like either a 1-up or a 2-up or an instant level up item. So there are stuff like that where there's a like a set route, so to speak. And yeah, like at this point, like I obviously screwed up a little bit even before the second boss. So getting to the point where I can survive to the beginning of stage 3 seems pretty reasonable. Oh, I didn't mean to. So you double tap forward to jump with the horse. Nice, 16k. Bird guy. I don't really like fighting these guys. Oh. Yeah, so yeah, the thing that like the reason you can like manipulate the RNG is that it's like the things that increment it are very specific. It doesn't use like a timer. And some of the things that specifically do increment it is hitting certain enemy types while they are charging specifically. But then you also have like Percival's neutral jump, which means that like he can sort of abuse it specifically. That was supposed to be a Super Joy. I was trying to parry. Oh, that guy died. You get fucking comboed so easily. I kind of want to start over. But actually, for the sake of science, let's see how well I can do this run. So, I noted that like, when I got the free level up, I was like so close to leveling up again. I was like, oh, it seems like a bit of a waste. But no, of course, I still managed to die in between. Yeah, for how quick that attack is, it does pretty good damage. It would appear to me that the sword attacks are like random though, like which one you get. But yeah, so if you haven't heard me rant about this before or play the game, the way the controls work is you tap the attack button and then hold forward or tap forward to do the power attack. You change direction and then attack to do this back attack. And you press and hold the button and hold backwards to do the block. So you have three distinctly different and all like important things that all use some combination of left or right plus button. And getting the wrong one is like a bit of a problem. I didn't mean to jump. I tried to block and I just died. Like, blocking is like really satisfying. But because it's so easy to have like inputs overlapping in awkward ways, it's a real problem. And that guy just tanked that attack. Yeah. You die super fast in this game. Grapes. 110k. I should have hit that. Tiger. I'm alive somehow. Yeah, I'm not getting another 14,000 for the boss. That was a block. Get more points for... Maybe, maybe not. I guess it's hard to keep track because you don't see the number on screen of the actual damage, or the score value, rather, you get from the actual enemy kill. Because you see the blue number, and that's the bonus. But you get actual score also. Don't really want to have dudes on both sides. But if you hold a block for too long, you get stunned. Which is a great mechanic. Like, I like the way that works out. But it's... yeah. Means you're extremely vulnerable. Yeah, I'm gonna lose another credit before we get to the 110k, looks like. See, because your walk speed is extremely slow, it's really difficult when you're trying to sort of navigate the screen. I'm actually close to leveling up, but yeah, there we go. This is an interesting fight, though. You just blocked again. Because he has the jump. Oh. And all of his other attacks, like the jump is very slow and telegraphed, and the other attacks are like lightning fast. So like trying to walk away in general is kind of tricky, but dude, getting crossed up like that is like the most fucked thing. Because you can only block in front of you. So it's important to be facing the correct direction. I'm gonna get rid of these guys. That's right, you can't do that. Okay. Ah, I was trying to block. See, when he, like, it's kind of, I don't know. Some of the way certain bosses or even regular enemies block can be really confusing. I got stunned, but he whiffed somehow. Same thing happened again. But sometimes you get this like little blue hit spark, and it was just they blocked. But even if he's like standing there hulked over in like what I presume to be hit stun, I hit him, and it just like gets blocked. But I reckon, like, you just have to preemptively, like, you block, you do a power attack, and then you just go into block stance again, because either he gets, like, knocked down, and if you can confirm he gets knocked down, you can just stop blocking, and that's fine. Or he didn't get hit, and he will counterattack very quickly. So, like, I think it is pretty straightforward. Because it's sort of visually confusing. It gets a little weird. But even as I can get frustrated when I don't quite understand what's going on, or even more so when I, like, don't manage to execute on what I clearly intend and want, there is still that feeling of satisfaction of, like, incrementally getting more confident in the mechanics. There's like quite a few enemy types that are 3 pixels of food, but I'm not really comfortable fighting, and I don't like this boss. I didn't mean to do that, but fine. I think this boss and Muramasa were the ones that gave me like the most trouble. Bradford, I think I like am starting to get more of a handle on at this point. Like, big crowds are just hard to deal with in general in this game. It's like the first time I've seen the firebomb thing being executed and, like, understand what happened in time to do something about it. I didn't react because I was busy fighting the other guy. That I still got shockingly close. I fucking picked Arthur somehow. Weird bond game. We're no longer bonding. We are now video game. I at least attempted to update the stream title. I'm not sure if it took. Well, I guess we'll get to see how Arthur handles. His heavy attack is so slow. Every time I pick that up, I expect a full, like, Gunsmoke style. Just, sort of full cutscene of the horse getting there and me jumping on it, but that's not what happens. Yeah, so these guys, the Beige Busters, they will fall on their ass if they miss their leaping attack, or if you block it. That does give you a window to fight back. I didn't mean to power attack. Nor that time, but it worked out. That guy too, like, you hit him sometimes and he's just standing in his idle pose and it just gets blocked. Dude, he hit me twice. Fucking bad Falcon. They're so hard to hit. I walked into him there. I feel like the Z-axis hitboxes in this are quite small in general. I'm finding it kind of tricky to line up for attacks sometimes. Like, I guess it might feel that way, especially because movement is so slow as well. You don't need more than one horse. I didn't mean to do that. Ugh. So you hit attack and forward when on a horseback, and you do this, and you hit attack again, and you do like a big power attack. But it's quite awkward. Fucking birds, I knew it. Oh, I should have picked Percival. I forgot. His power attack even has like surprisingly short range. See, at least I could visually tell that he was blocking there. How was that not a block? Okay, I thought he would be stunned. So that's half a credit gone in about 5 seconds. Okay, I'm pretty close to leveling up, but... I'm scared because you can have level ups like this that look close. That's still like several thousand. Getting several thousand off of these guys. Oh yeah, he's fucking command grab. Still not dead. Wanted to see if I could somehow... Alright. I was about, yeah, 550 points away. I don't see if maybe I could level up. I guess I'm just Arthur now. Hey, the command grip is blockable. Would perhaps not have thought that to be the case. Oh, there's the level up. I still think I did pretty okay as far as actually fighting him compared to previous attempts. Like, I didn't get command grab 50 times. But most of the bosses have in common that, like, defending against them isn't necessarily super tricky, but it's when you have to account for a bunch of other enemies on top. Getting hit out of your combo like that feels really bad. Like, even the final boss, he's, like, so aggressive that blocking him is, like, pretty, you know, predictable. But once there's other enemies on screen, it's a bit of a different story. I don't know that I realized that power attacks knock down enemies. Maybe that's only when they're stunned? These guys are terrifying. I guess whether or not the tall man gets stunned, you can still hit him with like a meaty power attack. If they don't have iframes, I would think. Alright, a little milk. Why not? Oh my god, I can't believe I fucking walked into this guy's attack. I guess it's true that even those guys can't block on horseback, so... Okay, I shouldn't have started walking down there. That didn't help. That was just kind of stupid. All right, Muramasa. Oh, not yet. I always get tricked. Oh, even these guys fall down, huh? I thought it was just the lower tier ones. Try to block. Dude, no! Ah! Like 3 times in a row. Like half the stage left. Alright, let's go back to Lancelot. Arthur with the cape. I mean, I think that, like, the designs get so ridiculous, but they actually do manage to look kind of cool. And some of them kind of go a little back and forth, where they, like, loop back around to being sick. Oh, that's... feels so damn good. I can't believe I got that block. It was like essentially a missed input. That was so lucky that I hit that guy too. I didn't realize the scene would end. I should have known. Oh, missed out on a few hundred points. So I'm at 8 continues now. I believe on maybe both previous runs, I got to the final stage with 10 continues used. And it seems doubtful that I would beat this using less than 2 continues. There's definitely not leveling up. Well, depends on what happens in between now and the start of the boss fight, I guess. But there's a lot of points left before we level up. Oh, there could be a level up staff. There could be food, of course. I think Lancelot's sword gets a little stupid with this, like, gigantic, like, mega thick blade. Like, it's so kind of funny looking because it's such a weird prop. It does give me points, though, so you do want to grab it. Oh, I see. That explains it. It was like, there's not even enemies on screen. They're fucking jumping iframes. See? Like that. So there's our death. Nice, okay. So the green orb kills everything on screen and turns them into food. I hate getting the accidental up attack input to do this little awkward hop during which you are kind of defenseless. Stages get so long that there's always like, oh, yeah, remember when I'm like, oh, Muramasa's coming up? Yeah, that was like 3 minutes ago. And the final stage is fucking... Like, once you... It's kind of similar to Crazy Climber, if I'm allowed to indulge in a perhaps unusual comparison. But it's a bit like Crazy Climber in where, like... The inputs are, like, reliable as long as you execute correctly. But the moment you press an input expecting a certain outcome, but in fact get a different result than you thought you were, like, you're already kind of committing multiple inputs ahead of time, that it's very difficult to adjust on the fly. Music's so cool. But he does these, like, stabs and shit, yeah, like that. Yeah, you can block that. I got a little weirdly greedy there. You don't want to be, like, standing on top. So you're, like, crossing each other up. Try to block that. And it's like, yeah, the fight's going fine. And it's like, oh shit, then he spawns dudes. Like, I didn't really have time to knock them down to start doing blocking the other way. Yeah, he just waited. No. He tricked me into thinking he was stunned. Look at my health. Crossed me up and I couldn't get the block to come out. Three hits and you're dead. And continues. Yeah, but this, like, crowd control during boss fights is terrifying and really tricky. Got stunned. Yeah, not really knowing when enemies are capable of blocking. I got stunned. I'm also not sure, like... what I should be counterattacking with. Oh! Oh my god! So many failed blocks and I lost another credit because of it. This has happened so many times. Like, I'm literally dying, like, seconds. Like, when bosses have 2 pixels of health left. I just couldn't find an opening for a counterattack. So now I'm getting to final stage with 11 continues used. Or maybe we can put a little bit of blame on Arthur for that. I am having such an odd experience with this game where I am feeling like I'm learning... Oh yeah, I should have known that'll turn into an apple. I'm learning certain things, and I'm like, specifically the bosses. I feel like I'm fighting them better, like the individual boss characters. Yet, I'm using more continues. It's like, it feels like I'm doing better, but that feeling is not replicated in the documented results. The iframe window is really short too. I mean, it's well balanced. It's not that like it should be longer. But you really have to, like, you do have such a limited window to make use of it that it's quite easy to find yourself in situations where I didn't want to do that, but it's easy to find yourself in situations where you get the block and then you just like struggle a little bit to get a reward off it. Okay, price. Oh my god. Full bait, and I missed the orb. And all of that, of course, gets like more complicated when there's more enemies. Oh, I couldn't get the block. There we go. And then, yeah, the way like facing direction has such staggering consequences in this game means that getting sandwiched between groups of enemies like this is like extremely punishing. And you know, maybe there's ways around it. Obviously, I can't speak to like authoritatively to the theoretical limits of this game or anything, but just like my experience playing and what I have difficulty dealing with. But there's lots of situations like that where you block and the range is such that it's hard to get into position in time. But I think it's also, you know, I have zero, like, beyond like my own intuition, which I absolutely do not trust. I have no real sense for like when I should be using one attack versus another one. I basically just try to go for power attacks as often as I can. That's like, I don't know if that's what I should be doing. Try this. I had a chain going, but I didn't get any chain bonus, not on screen anyway, for killing that guy with the super joy. Does it only count if I'm also killing that enemy type, perhaps? Get some health back. So I'm not sure if the heavy attack is specifically just like doesn't... Oh, I was supposed to regular attack. That was supposed to be a block. This doesn't hit airborne opponents or what, but... Oh, I thought they would get hit. Yeah, there's just like a lot of... mechanics like that I just don't really have a good firm grasp on. But that just comes with experience, of course. It's not a complaint. Something I can occasionally get a little frustrated with. Alright, so this part's where there's like a mystery knight enemy that shows up on this screen and like instantly explodes and never again. So I think I want to be at the lower end of the screen. Yeah, because that's what I wanted to avoid, but maybe you have to get closer to make them explode and then you walk away. I don't know. That's a weird one. Just a weird little trap. Ooh, we're close to leveling up. Health. So I'm actually doing better on levels, I think. Because we haven't even gotten to the end, and I am at level 14. So 16 is the max, I believe. And I have, I'm not sure what level I cleared the game on last, but I didn't get to 16 at least. It just blocked. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking destroyed. This part, which is a bit fortunate. Oh! I'm sure there was some telegraphing of that thing happening that I didn't catch. Oh my god, obviously you want to have the arm drop and then walk up here and not do whatever the fuck I just did. So I just realized, like, oh, I wonder if I can block that thing. But I'm not even sure which direction I should be blocking it. Because it hits you, like, straight from above. Early on, I had a feeling that, like, I think it was basically, like, the shockwave from the jump of, what's his name, the third boss, that seemed unblockable to me. I've since discovered that that move is definitely blockable. And now I'm, like, finding myself not sure if there are unblockable moves in this game. Get the block out. Alright, getting another 90,000. Like, actually getting max level seems quite difficult. I'm not sure if it's, like, you know, it might be scale different for multiple players. I suppose that was supposed to be a super joy, and I took a bunch of extra damage. Oh! I was so desperate to get rid of that guy to not having breathing down my neck, and, well, I paid dearly. Dude, where was he attacking? He was attacking the other way. Very satisfying to do the meaty heavy attack, though. It's got like this long chunky animation with many active frames. Alright, if we can clear the final boss using only one additional continue, basically tied for my previous PB. But we have to get to the boss first. The chaining basically doesn't matter at this point. But I strongly doubt I will level up regardless. Fighting these guys. I guess there's quite a few enemies in this game that I kind of hate fighting. It looks so hilarious. Alright, he just exploded himself. Alright, okay. Ah, okay. That's a great hit. Wasn't exactly necessary. Whoa! I guess he blocked somewhere in between there. I couldn't quite tell what was happening. The fact that enemies can block sort of like that in the middle of your combo feels a little bit weird. It's just something you got to kind of learn to deal with, I suppose. Animated unofficial Excalibur games. Yeah, there's a lot of designs and stuff in this that are just taken straight from that film. All right, he's got like the okay, so one heavy attack's not enough to knock him off the horse. All right, there's our 15th continue. Oh, I try to block. But this is what makes this guy, like, perfectly manageable. He doesn't wait long enough to attack for you to get stunned, basically. So, like, if you're not in range or in time, I guess walking behind him seems like a good idea. Like, if you block and you can't punish, just start blocking again and you'll probably get hit. That was a late, like, counterattack, so surprising. I'm trying to get on the horse. I reckon the horse is like a little bit of a liability. But maybe not. Like, his attacks for the most part seem to have pretty limited Z range. But he's gonna spawn enemies soon. I didn't mean to do that. Fucking flame farts. Oh my god, that was another. I was trying to do that. That was a mistake. Alright. Basically trying to figure out how to deal with the horse. So yeah, this is where the fight gets real bad. Because trying to deal with the busters while he can shoot projectiles and shit all over the screen. Block? Oh my god, the cross up, he landed right behind me. Oh, well, you just gotta block that. Try to block. Got him. Okay. So, like, the fight, I don't know. It's like, oh, the fight went pretty well. It's like, well, but I did use, like, 3 continues. Didn't go that well. But yeah, I think, like, the boss fights are probably my favorite part of this game, honestly. And I think that's, like, actually kind of high praise. Because boss fights in beat-em-ups are often a little bit weird. And I would say it's quite rare for them to be the most fun part. Like, so many beat-em-ups obviously have bosses that are just bullshit, that are not fun to fight for a variety of different reasons. Either because they just force you to play in a totally different way than the rest of the game. Alright, let's push the button. You know, or, you know, bosses just have a bunch of cheap shit that circumvent the gameplay systems or what you're supposed to do generally. And, like, I think Final Fight has, like, kind of fun bosses. But they're, like, you have to, like, I don't think they're well designed, necessarily, because they rely on, you know, knowing the cheese strats, otherwise they're, like, utterly ridiculous. And that's obviously true for many beat 'em ups. I think a lot of the time the difference between like a fun and a annoying boss fight in a beat 'em up is if they rely on a specific strategy, it's kind of how intuitive that strategy is to discover and how natural the strategy feels in relation to how you play the game otherwise. What's up, Raj? I should hydrate. I was really blown away when I was putting some time into the Punisher with how much I enjoyed the boss fights in that game. Like, even though, and that's been one of my grievances with that game since I first played it back in the 90s, I don't like the fact that there are two guard droid fights. It's like I don't really like the design, and it's the same boss twice, kind of. But actually learning the game, it's like, oh yeah, the two guard droid fights work out. They play very differently. Because I think the most important like aspect that makes the boss fights in the Punisher so good is that the way they use the bosses themselves in combination with the enemy crowds create like really specific and fun and interesting encounters. Like most bosses just have boss or like enemy trigger spawns, enemy spawn triggers rather, I guess, on certain health thresholds, exactly like this game. Like I'm dealing with the boss all alone, and when I hit a certain, like when they reach a specific HP, a wave of enemies spawn. But Bonebreaker in the Punisher always has enemies around him, and when you kill the enemies, they get replaced by ostensibly tougher enemies. And if you go through the entire sort of cycle of all the enemies that will spawn, there is like a window of time before they will spawn more enemies. So I had a lot of fun just like messing around with that boss fight and trying to work out different strategies, whether like, do I want to clear out the enemies or do I want to keep the weak enemies around? Same thing with the second guard droid and the Kingpin, where those fights have gun enemies. And the way Punisher works is if there is an enemy with a gun on screen or certain types of enemies, you will use your gun instead of your fists. And you can do that on the bosses too, which, like, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but you can attack safely from range. And the damage will end up, you know, adding up. So, the strategy I developed for Guard Droid was, like, counterintuitively, sort of, not get rid of the side enemies to focus on the boss, but keep them around for as long as possible so that you can keep using your guns. And eventually, when you take him down to a certain threshold, Pretty Boys will spawn, the robot enemies. And the Pretty Boys also let you use your gun, but they move very slowly and kind of predictably and can only hit you really... They have extremely long range, but you can only hit you when they're on the same, like, Z-axis line. So the fight sort of becomes easier once they spawn. And it's, like, really interesting how managing the enemy spawns and building strategies around that, like, makes the fights feel so different. But also, I had a really fun testing and figuring out those strats. And, I mean, I did use, like, save state practice, and if I did go through that effort in... I'm sure many other games would have... I don't want to say a depth that reveals itself, but, like, an intuitiveness that reveals itself. But at the same time, I feel like no amount of save state practice would lead me to find, like... If I didn't know about it, I wouldn't be able to find out that you can, like, cheese Sodom's wake up dash attack in Final Fight. Like, the boss strats in that game, I don't really know many of them very well. I know some strats for some bosses, but I feel like I would have to have someone tell me or show me what it is before I start practicing it. And I'm sure there's plenty of beat-em-ups that have far more esoteric boss strats. And I kind of feel like this game... like, I don't know. I have some mixed feelings on this game. I like it a lot, but I am, like, getting frustrated with it, the difficulty I'm having with some of the inputs and stuff. And it's so punishing. Like you die so you're so fragile in this game. But I mean, of course, that's true in Final Fight as well. But it's so frequent in this game to just like get hit by stuff. When yeah, it doesn't actually show you the input for the back roll there. He just holds. It's funny. Anyway, in Final Fight, like I mean, I can take a death or get hit or like somehow failing to execute a Super Joy, I guess, but by the time you get hit due to like poor positioning, you kind of whatever led to that happened seconds ago. Whereas here, you kind of feel more in the moment that like, all right, let me block. You do the input and it just fails and you get hit. And it's so hard to react to the fact that your input failed that, and again, this is where that crazy climber analogy comes in, where when you're trying to do like sideways climbing or stuff, and like it's a pretty precise series of inputs, you're not going to like visually confirm that your input ended up correctly. You're not climbing like one step at a time and like, okay, that worked, I go up, you go up. Like you just, no, you hold the thing and you keep going up or whatever you're doing. So when you have like a series of inputs that you're doing at a fairly rapid pace and the second input fucked up and you don't notice that until you are like 5 inputs deep, it's kind of hard to like readjust. And in the case of this game, like if you fail blocking or something happens, as far as I can tell, you're pretty much like you rarely get comboed. Like you can get hit and then block the next attack, but you have to attempt to do that, and you would only attempt to do that if you can parse that that is what is currently happening. And the pace is so quick that I struggle with that. And that's not a fault of the game, mind you. It's not. I'm not saying that the game needs to be slower so that you can react to everything. It's just a thing that is difficult to do, a thing that requires great like execution and awareness, which is like just a skill to build up. But I think it's more about being in that particular state of knowledge and practice in a game where you know what you're supposed to do, you know what to attempt, but you haven't like built up that muscle memory for dealing with failure to execute the plan correctly, or just like having a contingency plan or knowledge and awareness for how things can go wrong and how to adapt and adjust. And I think that stuff, it's a lot easier to learn on paper or like the kind of basic idea of what you're supposed to do, as opposed to like, here's what you can do, here's what you should do, here's how it can go wrong, and here's how you adapt. Like you can't really study that ahead of time, I feel like. On paper, obviously, it's quite obvious. If you fail to block, you should block. But because the window to, you know, to capitalize on a successful block is so short, again, you can't really wait to visually confirm that the block has happened in order to begin attempting the counter. Because if you do, the counter is not going to come out in time, essentially. And that's kind of what makes it really difficult. But it's a satisfying kind of thing to accomplish. Like, when you're kind of got the back to the wall, and you do a parry, and you knock down, like, 4 dudes, and you chain, like, knocking them all into each other, like, 3 times over, carrying them across the screen. That feels, like, incredibly good. And is such a unique, like, totally distinct, good feeling thing to do than anything in, like, any beat 'em up that isn't based around these like heavy weapons based attacks. So that's easily my favorite aspect of that of this game. Like not even any specific individual mechanics or features, but just how the entirety of the gameplay experience of this game like fully embodies the feel of heavy weapons based combat. And the fact that like the theming and the mechanics on a like sort of on a theoretical level, but mostly in just how they actually feel in practice, are so like well aligned. It's I don't know, it's just like really impressive to me, and I get kind of more enamored with that aspect the more I play the game. But yeah, I do feel like it's I think the game is a bit long. Like, the latter stages get kind of long in the tooth. Like, when I'm at that point in stage 5 where I'm like, okay, yeah, it's time for Muramasa. Oh, wait, never mind. It's the half the stage is left. Like, I feel like you could have had the boss fight there. It would have been fine. And I think the game also has... I think the stage variety is a bit lackluster. The pixel art's beautiful and everything, but like the sense of sort of journeying and traversal, like within each section and over the course of the game, I couldn't tell you right now what the different stages are. It's like, oh yeah, it's English countryside 1 through 6. And then it's castle, I think. And I mean, obviously that's partly down to the setting. And I'm not sure exactly what should have been done differently. But there's like a combination, I guess, of the theming and like sort of color palette and vibe. Like when you have that section, level 5, and I just remember that it's level 5 because it's... Or actually level 6 is what I meant. When you fight Muramasa. When it turns to night and you have the lanterns and stuff, there's like this cave section. That's like the one part that I feel is sort of memorable. But I legitimately struggle. Like playing through this game 3 times in like 5 days. Like what stage is what? I remember that the final stage is mostly a castle. But other than that, like, I'm kind of drawing blanks. Yeah, I was gonna say, and I want to say that there's like a castle in the middle of the game too. But I think again, like the atmosphere, the color palette, the just the sort of theme and vibe of it makes it easy to kind of fall into that. But I think it's also, it's not just that. I think even the stages, if the stages themselves had not been changed whatsoever, in terms of how they look or where they're set, or even enemy layouts or anything like that, the introduction to each level and like what happens between the stages and like the music. Because I feel like when I'm thinking of, you know, The Punisher is a recent example because I play that quite a bit. There's that little cutscene between each stage that ties everything together. And you have like just a brief kind of respite of like setting up what the next stage is going to be before you dive into the fray. Like, I think even the continuous map screen, which I even forget off the top of my head if that shows up between stages. Conceptually and artistically, it's awesome. Like, I love the way it looks. But because we see every stage introduced is this little map, you know, war room diorama, I feel like they blend together in my mind. Like, seeing that doesn't really necessarily help me visualize what the stage is going to be. And the fact that the same visual of like the room and the characters get repeated, I feel like it would be the equivalent of seeing like the same scene of like the Punisher and Microchip between stages or something. Even the map in Final Fight, the way like each section gets sort of crossed off as you progress through the city, is an element that's like a little bit missing here. And it's funny how like such a minor detail can have such a different, like such an impact on the impression you get overall. But I do kind of feel that that's the case. I think the game has an awesome, very consistent atmosphere. And I agree that like the theme, like it's not fantastical really. I mean, obviously it's not exactly a documentary. And like arguably the most outlandish element is Muramasa, who's just like very out of place. But you know, you have bosses who can cause explosions and shoot fireballs and waves and stuff. And you know, you have the magician enemies. But that of course feels appropriate, right? Like Merlin is your mentor at the beginning and everything too. So magic has a place. But it's not, yeah, you're not fighting skeletons. I think the enemy designs and the variety of enemies, like for being, like this is the Capcom touch. So many of the enemy designs are like so, like if you were to describe them, they're so kind of plain and basic. Like these guys, but they're so charismatic. And like the Buster Knights, who kind of look a little fat. These actual fat mans. Like I think the enemy design in this, like despite this being a theme that doesn't really appeal to me in that regard, like if I were to design my own fantasy characters, like I won't be designing them, well, fantasy, I don't mean like medieval fantasy, I just mean like in my mind coming up with ideas and concepts and looks. I wouldn't be in this space at all, like knights and you know, medieval Europe, whatever. So inherently it's not a setting that I get excited about, but it's so well executed that like, yeah, it's awesome. Like I love the way these guys look. And I do think that the fact that it doesn't have those fantasy elements does make, I mean, yeah, you're right in that it like avoids overlap with King of Dragons and eventually Dungeons and Dragons. But just in general, I think like this degree of kind of medieval fantasy that is, you know, it's more knights, it's like a fairy tale kind of a thing, but it's, you know, it's not Tolkien derived or anything like that. I mean, I would actually in a way compare something like Willow to this, right? Just like the film and everything, not necessarily the games, but then you do have the games also. But I wouldn't say that that style, like, I feel like you got a lot more medieval fantasy with more fantastical elements. So I think it's great in that sense. Like, it has a very distinct personality and vibe, and I do think it's very well executed. Yeah, Birdman. Like, there's a... Yeah, Arthur's design is, like, kind of taken from that. Like, yeah, basically a lot of stuff is it's from that movie. I guess Percival, maybe not so much, but that's the thing. You get this, like, everything runs through the Capcom God artist filter, and just the charisma of everything is just, like, fully off the charts. But I think the stages just kind of blend together for me, and I think that's also why I feel like the game sort of drags a little bit, because I'm not really sure what the next beat is gonna be. Like, I'm doing this, all right, this is coming up, all right, this is coming up, all right, then this part. Like, I still haven't really... I recognize scenes and everything, but it feels a little... I'm not sure what the word is, but... It's, it's hard to really memorize the sequence of events, and I think there's a lot of different reasons for that. Like, in many games, I would say that comes down to, like, a generic just repetitiveness of being in the same location for too long, or fighting the same enemies, or just encounters not being distinct. But I'm not sure that's this game's problem. Like, yeah, it's a little long. It can maybe stand to be a little shorter, but I think it's also because the stages don't really feel that different. There's essentially no variation in, like, the belt in this game. I'm not even sure if any of the stages have, like, different sized belts. It's probably not the exact same throughout the entire game. But, like, the geography of the environments you're traversing doesn't feel like it really changes. And even though clearly the different sections aren't the same length, there's a few bits. There's, like, the part where the guy has the flag that you have to chase and you collect the flag. Like, that part, when that happens, I'm always like, oh, shit, okay. I was expecting this flag chasing sequence to feel like it would be longer. And it isn't. So, like, that... is immediately noticeable. But beyond that, like, I feel like there are multiple times in the game where it's not just the Muramasa fight, but there are other places too where I'm sort of expecting a section to end and then it just kind of keeps going. There aren't really distinct sort of set pieces to not just like stuff that happens during gameplay. And I'm not talking necessarily about like cutscenes or what have you, but just sort of moments where you do this and then you do that and then this happens, then this happens. Again, taking the Punisher as an example, but I could even go back to Final Fight. Like in the Punisher, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that... There are scenes that are much shorter. You know, like the opening room, the start of the game, like you crash through the skylight. There's this tiny little room with this arcade machine and the potted plants and the pizzas and whatever. Just a super quick introduction. You have the little bits of dialogue. The guys run out. You're out on the street. You kind of jump out the door onto the street. You have this little gameplay section. And then before the boss fight, you get the little introduction with the, chasing the bus in the truck, crashing through the window, and then the fight starts. Like already in that like 90-second stage, there's like 3 cool moments that happen. I can't remember if there's like gun enemies that show up in stage 1 to like introduce the gun mechanics really quickly as well. So it has this like feel of distinct beats happening. The vertical scrolling is one thing, but it doesn't have to be that either. Like the like Streets of Rage 2 has those like long vertical walks, which are cool and are a good way to break things up. I just want to clarify that my complaint, as it were, isn't specifically that you are always walking on a straight line. Because in the Punisher, you are not always walking in a straight line. But in Final Fight, for example, you basically always are. I mean, there's this weird height stuff with like at the beginning of stage 2 and whatever. But that's like, or beginning of stage 3 rather. But that's like pretty inconsequential. But you do have obstacles and traps and different shaped and different width belts, and you have like the transitions between scenes of like entering and exiting buildings. Again, going back to Final Fight, the game starts with that little introduction with Damned running off with Jessica and Doug or Brett or whoever it is, like kicking the barrel. You go down to the little underground room with the different music and the flashing lights. You get ambushed by Bilbo, and then you walk back out and you like get to this little boss fight where the enemies sort of spawn. And I think this game is like surprisingly lacking in that stuff, because I wouldn't say that Capcom necessarily was like always so much better than anyone else at it. And I guess I haven't played enough of their games to like have as clear of a memory of how it's done in each of the games. Final Fight is just a game I've played a lot, and The Punisher is a game I played more recently. But compared to those, there aren't many moments like that in this game. There's the stuff where you like storm the castle at the end of a section. There's the part where you like, which I guess is maybe the same one where you collect the flag. I don't even know. I think you collect the flag and the other knights show up on screen, and then like it rains these arrows. And those bits are good, but I feel like there could be more of them, and there could be more that like just feel like the world, like, I don't know, I feel like there's, whether there's a doorway at the end or not, like this, the area just stops scrolling and there's a fade through black and the next scene starts. There's never really a sense of like how each location, again, Punisher I think does this really, really well, where I don't know if there's a single piece in the game where you're in like an outdoors location, or indoors for that matter, and this, the screen is scrolling, and then at some point you just stop scrolling and your characters just walk off screen and then fades through black and you appear someplace else. There's like always going through some doorway or getting in his, like maybe actually in stage 1 you just walk off screen, I forget, but you don't just spawn sort of in the next section. It, you know, it sort of cuts to the truck chase and whatever. But otherwise it's often, you know, breaking down a door and walking through it, or crashing through a window or something like that. And I think that adds a lot to the feeling of like just a distinct and kind of noteworthy little beat of what happens. Like if you were to narrate like if you were to write an amazing game FAQs walkthrough, the style where the quote-unquote walkthrough is basically just a narration of what the character does as you play through the game, there would be mentions. You would have a lot of these beats of, you know, then he crashes through the window with a flying kick, or he jumps down here and does this. And I feel like there's almost, like when I think about it, there are those scenes like with the Knight storm the castle. So maybe there are more in this game than I'm giving it credit for. But if they exist, I can't remember what they are, which I don't think is a great sign. So like you combine the fact that it doesn't really have many of those distinct beats. The length of each section feels kind of samey. You kind of have a similar theme and color palette. I feel like the music's nice, but I don't really remember much of it, and I don't really know. I don't, at least at this point, maybe I will if I spend more time with the game, but I don't currently associate music with certain stages yet. Because of course music can also be used to just like give a different mood, or make something stand out from something else. So I think there are things like that this game, like I think the core mechanics of this are awesome. They are fun even when I get frustrated with my failure to execute. I think they are well designed, well considered, and such a cool take on a completely, totally different approach to combat design from Final Fight. I think it executes very well aesthetically and presentation-wise on its theme and setting. But I guess like the level design is where I think this game falters a bit. It's not enough to not make it fun, but it's not as strong as I think certain other Capcom games. My complaints are too aristocratic. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, the leveling mechanic is very cool, and I think that's well executed too. I think it's, like, I love the fact that there is, like, sort of tricks to scoring. I do love that about the game, that scoring is made more important. Like, I love it and I don't. I think it's good, but it's also, like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know if forcing is the right word, but it's certainly strongly encouraging you to engage with the scoring, which I do think is a good thing. But in some, like, to a certain degree, I feel like I get a little bit of mental overload, like worrying about scoring when I want to focus on worrying on survival, but that's probably self-inflicted. Like, yeah, I want to maximize score to level up more, but I guess I don't know to what degree. Like, it would be interesting to just, as an attempt, do a playthrough where I deliberately don't give a shit about chaining, or, you know, whatever other scoring aspects, like focus purely on survival, just see how much of a difference that makes. Like, in terms of how many credits I need to complete the game. But I think that's a really interesting take on it. I mean, I think this game probably has my favorite, like, I can't think of a beat 'em up that has, like, leveling up or anything like that I like better than this, or that I think does it more, like, cleverly or more interestingly. And obviously the you're completely correct in that, like, upgrading, like, the character sprite changing over the course of the game is a super cool feature. But I guess to me, it's just that it doesn't impact the game design. And the game design is kind of what I'm more interested in analyzing. I mean, it's undoubtedly true that if you didn't have that element of this game, if you took out, like, let's go even farther and say, let's take out the XP leveling up element completely. And, like, you know, maybe take the character designs. I mean, I guess you could take, like, the level 1 designs, but you could even, like, yeah, let's say this, like, level, somewhere halfway through, like, this is just the design that Lancelot has, and this is how it looks throughout the entire game. The game would still be good. It would be missing something, that's for sure. So it is interesting, like, you're correct in that, like, it's worth noting, it's worth paying attention to, because it does change, like, the overall sort of feel of the game. And you're correct in that it gives, like, it adds another axis to judge the kind of repetitiveness or memorableness or, like, you know, I haven't reached that point where I think about it, but I could imagine a point where you get used to knowing that, like, oh yeah, this stuff happens around the time I get this armor or I'm at this level or something. So even if hypothetically stage 1 and stage 3 looked very the same, if you know that by stage 3 you're in a certain armor set or at a certain level, like, that would maybe help them set apart. Maybe that would be more of a strong, like, impactful thing if the level actually affected how you play. To be clear, I don't mind that it doesn't. Like, it's I wouldn't think the game would be better if you got a bunch of new moves and stuff. Like, that's not generally a feature I like. It's one of those things where I look forward to it someday, like, kind of getting into and learning Battle Circuit, which of course does have that feature, and it's like the more elaborate version of the kind of leveling up from this game. And I don't think I'm gonna like it better. But it's like, it's cool and tangible in a different way. I mean, yeah, and I think you bring up a very valuable point. Like, if we're looking at this from the perspective of, like, how do you create an appealing beat 'em up, you're probably right in that it's like a standout feature for most players. Like, I have to admit, just, like, kind of thinking about it and verbalizing my thoughts, like, yeah, I guess I would find the game a lot less flavorful. Like, there's a sense of satisfaction to seeing how high of a level you can reach. And I think especially once you get to that sort of last tier of armors, like when the design fully changes. Like in Lancelot's case, he gets the ponytail, and I guess that's when Percival gets bald. And he gets, like, the Speedo or whatever. Like, then you're fully, like, you feel powerful. And it is cool, like, because I like the base design. Well, not Percival so much, but I think Arthur and Lancelot look awesome for the beginning. But Arthur, like, he looks cooler in that armor, I think. Alright, that's a very cool comment there. Maybe you can chill for a little bit and speak with a bit more respect. Maybe read the room a little bit if you're new here. But feel free to stick around. Yeah, I know the max level specifically gets, like, extra... Like, I think levels 14 and 15 are the same, and then 16 gets a new look. Like, that's awesome that there's, like, a specific extra reward. Like, I would imagine the first time you saw it, like, if you grind the game and manage to get max level, like, it's actually a satisfying reward. So yeah, like, I find it, like, I'm sort of two minds where it's, on the one hand, I find it, like, not the most compelling or interesting thing to discuss in terms of analyzing the game, or certainly interrogating kind of my own feelings about it. But it's simultaneously extremely true that it adds something to the game. Like, if this game didn't have that, it would be preposterous to say that it wouldn't make a difference, or it's like the same game. But I guess it's also one of those things, like, it's just such a fucking flex to make these like extensive extra sprites for the main characters. Like, the weapons are easy enough to change because it's not that many sprites and they're kind of layered on top. But the full different armor sets and like, yeah, it's kind of nuts. And it's like, you wouldn't reasonably say that like, oh yeah, this is something you should do for your game. I mean, obviously, if you've got 3D graphics, it's certainly a lot less of a... It's more manageable, more doable. So I agree it's important. I agree it's very cool. I don't know that I would go so far as to say that it's the main appeal for me. It's not... For me, it's not really... Like, despite it being a pretty unique feature, for me, it's not really what sets this game apart. Because I think like the feel of the weapons combat is so like just powerful. Yeah, and I mean, especially the equipment stuff, like plenty of games actually did do that, so that's definitely less special. Cool in its own right, but certainly less special. But like, I tend to think of it also sort of in terms of what lessons could be learned for other developers of making beat 'em ups, or if I was making one, like what would I want to incorporate? I think there's certainly something there, but I'm not exactly sure what the takeaway is or should be, like in terms of what's kind of actionable advice that is likely to improve. Because, you know, you're mentioning sort of the main hook for most players, or, you know, what do people remember about the game? How does it impact their expectations on other games in the genre, etc., etc. And I'm not saying that's a invalid or unimportant perspective, but I think it's, for me at least, I guess, like, I'm more concerned with the kind of the core sanctity, if you will, of the design of how the game plays and how it functions. I mean, obviously, you know, it'd be good to, like, yeah, make sure the art looks like fucking god tier Capcom 90s art. That would be a great step that many games could follow. I guess it's also about, like, given my feelings on a lot of modern beat 'em ups, like, trying to incorporate that feature of like the leveling up and just changing look over the course of the game and just like getting cooler and whatever. Like, it would be a thing that's so wasted on games that like don't feel good and don't have good character designs to begin with. Maybe that's part of where I come from too, where it's like I'm looking more at the absolute basic fundamentals and how that can be applied kind of across the board. And I mean, sure, the leveling up your fashion could hypothetically be applied to just about anything as well. But it doesn't mean as much if the art isn't awesome to begin with, I think. But yeah, I think this game does a lot of interesting stuff, and I think there are games, or there are aspects of this game. Like, it's interesting because the stuff I was complaining about before has like absolutely nothing to do with... It's not like the interesting level design happens as a consequence of anything they're doing with the combat design. I mean, if you want to get really silly about it, like, part of it is a little bit to do with the theme, which of course ties into the weapons-based combat and everything, but still, like I said, compared to other Capcom games, like, there's definitely things they could have done to make the stages feel more distinct and memorable, that have nothing to do with the theme. Not, again, that it's a huge deal, doesn't make the game not fun, but it's kind of what keeping it from, like, I can't see myself considering this like a favorite, but I do love that it offers such a distinct feel to the game. And even with the level up mechanics and everything, like, everything about the game that makes it different from anything else makes it worthwhile on its own merits. Like, there's no game that is like this but worse, or like this but better, really. And even if I prefer the Punisher, for example, I could play the Punisher, finish a run of that, and then feel like, you know, I could go for Knights of the Round, and they're like just so vastly different experiences, which means that regardless of anything else, like, that alone makes this game very, like, that's a significant value that this game has. Which, I mean, I don't necessarily think that Capcom beat-em-ups otherwise are all identical, or that they're, I mean, there maybe there aren't other examples really of something that is X but worse or X but better. In some ways I think Punisher is Final Fight but better, but not in every sense, and they're distinct enough still that I still love both, and I don't think either makes the other obsolete. But this one is still more distinct than most others. But I mean, yeah, comparing this to, I don't know, Golden Axe or, I don't know, Arabian Magic. I'm not sure what other games I can think of at the top of my head. I mean, I guess I was gonna say Command and Conquer. That's what I meant. Dungeons and Dragons. But even Dungeons and Dragons, I guess, has, like, because the characters have such different weapons and stuff. Anyway, the point being that, like, even games with weapons-based combat that doesn't have grappling, I feel like this is the game that leans very heavily into the feel of the combat. It's kind of like how in fighting games too, like, I always thought Samurai Showdown was super sick because it doesn't feel like Street Fighter or King of Fighters or Fatal Fury or anything else. Just the way they design, like, frame data is, like, thoroughly done in a way that emphasizes the weight and the power of these weapons, and it gives those games a very distinct feel, and that's something that I think this game does super well. And I think that's fascinating because I don't think, whether it's to do with, like, knights in heavy armor swinging heavy swords around or something else entirely, I can't think of many other beat 'em ups that, like, so distinctly capture the essence of how, like, in a way you could say that for as good as Final Fight and the Punisher feels, this does a better job of capturing the feel of swinging a sword than Punisher does at throwing a punch. I think that's super cool. Yeah, I mean, Dungeons & Dragons has so much other shit going on that, like, it's easy to see why some people might really love that. But for me, it's like almost, it has the opposite effect. It feels daunting. Even on a super casual button mashing, credit feeding level, those games always just felt long and big, and, like, even just like the item inventory and spells and sub weapons, like, I always feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I always feel like super overwhelmed, even though I do think those games are awesome, of course. I was super blown away and loved it first time I played whichever one of those, both of them, I guess. But thinking of it now in terms of a little more refinement of my palette, I guess, in terms of knowing a bit more clearly what I care about and what I like or not, that sort of maximalist doing all kinds of everything isn't, like, kind of the appeal or the thing I'm looking for. Like, I can appreciate it, and I agree, like, the fact that it's like an arcade game with that stuff is awesome. Like, it's very cool. I respect those games a lot, and I think, yeah, like, looking at how you can get those kinds of elements without bogging down the game, without compromising, in some ways, the kind of fundamental beat-em-up core of it is great. It's just not what I'm really interested in. But, you know, I'm not interested in those games outside of the context of an arcade beat-em-up either, really. So, like, that's the other thing. It's not really about the details of the execution. The execution, I agree, has probably never been done better. I mean, maybe the IGS game, so although, of course, because they get even more crazy, I kind of like that even less. Yeah, Lightbringer looks cool. I guess I don't know enough about the specifics of how it plays or anything to, like, have a lot of preconceived notions of exactly what I would think of it. I just think it has, aesthetically, it appeals to me. But I've never, like... I mean, there's so many of these beat-em-ups that I have played in the past and really liked, like this one, that until now I just, like, never really put the time into learning properly and really kind of appreciating fully. That all this stuff that's like, you know, kind of off to the periphery, looks cool, but I never bother with. Like, it's a long list of games to dive into. A lot of beat 'em up science that needs to be done. But I continue to have fun with this. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, Lightbringer looks cool, but again, if anything, like, the level design and the exploration stuff is... It's interesting, but I think part of maybe why I haven't, like, gone into it is, like, because those things feel to me like they're a bit at odds with... Again, not talking about, like, beat-em-ups, but just, like, video games in general. Like, exploration and discovery and finding secrets and collecting items and numbers go up, like, all that shit is not really typically what I'm looking for in games at all. So while I can appreciate translating some of those typically non at all arcadey elements into an arcadey context, and in some ways, you know, in the process making some of those elements more appealing to me in and of themselves, like an arcade game that focuses on stuff or, like, manages to incorporate stuff that I don't particularly care about, however well that is done, is unlikely to appeal to me more than an arcade game that focuses on stuff I already do like. But it's interesting, for sure. Anyway, I forgot to activate the timer, so I don't know how long this run took, but talking about it afterwards probably took about twice as long. I continue to like this game, and I do want to play it more, but we'll see if... I really want to play Tensho Korao 2, because that game strikes me as something I would enjoy more, just seeing, like, how the combat looks and everything. But I'm curious to play that a few times to see if I feel more compelled to spend more time with that, or if I kind of... it doesn't scratch the itch, and I want to kind of keep looking. I don't know. Not that I'm, like, specifically looking for a beat-em-up to 1cc or anything. I'm just always eager to do beat-em-up science. Me and Macaw should make a beat-em-up. I mean, I have a beat-em-up design document that I've been working on off or on for years. Off or on or off? On. Off and on? Is that how you speak English? I don't know. I've been working on it sometimes. And I have other ideas for stuff I want to make, but it's also... I'm working up to it. I am currently working on making a game. It is a one-button game, an endless runner, that I'm actually quite close to reaching a point where it's... I'm technically, even where I'm at right now, I could release a first prototype, but there's a few loose ends that I want to kind of tie up, at which point I will release something, probably just on my Discord, to let people try out and give feedback if they want. I intend to finish and release that game, hopefully at least within the first half of this year. We'll see. But the idea is, you know, get more accustomed to working with Unreal Engine and making stuff, and continue to make more games. And I definitely want to make all kinds of stuff. But a beat 'em up is, like, incredibly mechanically complex. And it's not really something that feels even remotely attainable with my current skill set. I would be very interested in working on the design. I'd be very interested in working on art. But there's a lot of programming that has to be done very well. And I'm sure even as far as design goes, there's like a million things that you have to account for in the design that won't crop up while you're just writing stuff on paper. It's not until you actually make it that you realize that, oh shit, this has to work a certain way. I will say this, if or when I do make a beat 'em up, there are certainly a handful of players that I would be very eager to consult. And Macaw 45 is definitely on that list. Basically, anyone I know who's like more knowledgeable about beat 'em ups than me, I would be very eager to get their input. Now, why it was so difficult? Well, I mean, it's a mechanically complex genre that has to, there's a lot of stuff that has to be done right for it to all work. And I mean, even people who were not bad at making games didn't always make the best beat 'em ups for a variety of reasons. Obviously, there's a plenty of subjective taste that goes into it too, what you want in a game or not. As evidenced, of course, with my, if among other things, my extensive rant about the kind of stuff I don't particularly care about. But yeah, I mean, like, fighting games, like anything with combat is like hard to do well. Like, there's a difference between making it like being difficult to make and being difficult to make well. I think beat 'em ups and fighting games are difficult to make, even at a basic, like, fundamentally sound level. Like, you know, a shoot 'em up is easy to make, but a good shoot 'em up is not easy to make. But like having a spaceship fly around shooting bullets and spawning enemies is probably among the easier things you could make. But if you think about what your character can do in a beat 'em up, you have a pretty, not just an extensive vocabulary of different verbs, but the specifics of how each of those verbs actually function and how they interact with enemies and objects and all that other stuff. Like, if you imagine making a game where you have a character that can walk around in like an empty room, but still be able to perform everything the character's supposed to be able to do. You know, as a platformer or a first-person shooter or whatever, like, you can make a game that's built a lot around level design, where the actual, you know, specifics of what the player character can do is not that complex. But I think a beat 'em up, even a simple beat 'em up, has like the minimum level that you can be at in terms of like the execution of what the character can do has to be at a certain level before it's like acceptable. And then on top of that, you have like enemy behaviors. Enemy behaviors in a beat 'em up are crucial for the game to work well, and they're pretty, like, again, they don't have to be overly complex, but there's a certain degree of complexity you can't really go below, or it's just like not interesting or not fun, or you don't as a designer have the tools to design enemies that function differently from one another, for example. So combine that with like the feel of combat needing to be, you know, satisfying. There's just like the floor that you have to reach before you can even aim for something that's great or good, I think is so much higher than many other genres. Have I tried Dawn of the Monsters? I have not. I don't know too much about it. I think I've seen one or two people on Twitter talk excitedly about it, but I want to check it out, of course, at some point or another. But it didn't like stand out to me as something that would really appeal to my sensibilities. I guess like the whole monster stuff isn't really my thing. Whereas all level design is probably really difficult. I think level design, of course, can be really challenging, and I'm not saying it's easy to make. I mean, there's really nothing in games that's easy, or at least not easy to do well. But I think that's the distinction, right? Like, any genre of game is difficult to do well, but certain types of games are so much more difficult to even do poorly that you have to reach that level before you can worry about doing it well. So like, yeah, even if it's a lot simpler to create a platformer character that can run and jump, and even that, like, to do that really awesomely is not super easy, but it's still, if running and jumping is all the character can do, I think there's less work involved in making that feel pretty good than like a beat 'em up character. And yeah, you know, that doesn't mean that it's an easy task to make levels for that character. But I think, again, like, and I mean, the platformer genre isn't necessarily the absolute easiest thing either, but I think if you break it down and think of it in terms of, like, what is my character capable of doing? How can I make sure that all of those things feel correct and feel good? And then you sort of multiply that by all the different things that my player character needs to be able to interact with and how they need to function. I think that just certain types of games are just inherently like have a different level of complexity that cannot be avoided. And I think beat 'em ups and fighting games, like, again, anything, I mean, I would say the same for like a Muso game, or certainly like, you know, Devil May Cry, sort of an action game. They're not any less complex, certainly. But just because you got like 2D graphics and not that many character types or, you know, characters on screen, just the way, like, that's what I've been thinking about a lot in terms of figuring out how to even define like enemy behaviors, for example. I feel like I can look at a game like Ninja Gaiden, the NES game, and that's a game I have looked at for inspiration on like setting up a series of, like, there's I have a 2D action platformer game concept that I was working on before, and I wanted to create like a library of enemy behaviors, like basically designing like a template for creating enemy types. So I kind of broke down like different types of movement. Like, does this character, you know, always, maybe there's a patrolling type enemy and it'll always walk back and forth, and if it reaches a wall or the edge of a platform, it turns around. And you know, maybe you have a character that ignores, like in Super Mario Bros, you got like the green and red Koopas who either turn around at the edge or they walk, you know, off the edge. And maybe you've got, you know, a turret type enemy that can fire a bullet or whatever. But like, if you look at Ninja Gaiden, for example, I think most enemies in that game aren't even aware of the player character. The enemies don't have to keep track of where the player is. Nothing they do is impacted by what the player does. They have their patterns that they just repeat independently of the player. And then, you know, a couple, there's like the birds that home in on you and fly around you and stuff like that. But it's pretty easy to look at those games and break down the individual behavior of each enemy. I mean, maybe you don't get all the details exactly right, but you can kind of tell that, oh yeah, okay, this guy will jump back or walk back and forth and maybe randomly jump, you know, and toss axes or whatever. Maybe this guy will walk back and forth and every now and again he stops to fire a couple of bullets from his gun. Maybe you have those little things from Batman that like move on the floor very slowly, but when you're standing on the same platform, it starts moving quickly. Like, those behaviors are very easy to break down. And you can reverse engineer that to come up with a list of behaviors that you would put in like some sort of a spreadsheet and say like, all right, I want to create an enemy type. It's going to be placed here. It moves by this logic. It attacks the player by this logic. And there you go. But attempt to do the same with a beat 'em up, and it's like, oh my god, where do you even begin? I'm not saying beat 'em ups are like uniquely complex in this manner. I think it would be quite hard to do that in Doom. Like, people obviously have broken down that, you know, to a ridiculous degree. But that's a game that has like a number of enemy types that all have very specific behaviors. And, you know, some of it is, of course, like based on sort of dice rolls and likelihoods and whatever that you wouldn't necessarily be able to just identify from looking at it. But you know, that's true of Ninja Gaiden as well. There's some randomness that you wouldn't be able to define, but that's not the important part. It's more about like, what is the enemy actually doing? How would I, you know, how would I approach trying to recreate this enemy type if I were to make this kind of game? And I think a beat 'em up is sort of like, if you can watch footage of the game,
Look,
and just tell how the enemies behave, they probably aren't very good. Like, it's probably a little bit too simplistic, maybe. And so then going from that point to say, all right, I think I kind of know how I want them to behave, or maybe you can consult a strategy guide or something, a wiki, where someone has broken down in great detail how the enemies in Final Fight or whatever work. Coming up with the mechanics by which you would create and define that behavior is like pretty complicated. Again, not unique to this, but like not on the lower end of easy in terms of creating something that reaches like a what I would consider sort of an acceptable standard level. Like, need to give them a personality in a way. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to. We played not too long ago Maiden Cops, which is a recent beat 'em up, which I thought was not that great. And one of the problems that that game had was that a lot of the enemies did have an extremely unfun and tedious and uninteresting behavior, where they would like walk up to you, attack, and then like back away and stand there and just wait. Like, enemies were really passive, and they just had this like very clear, like, that's a game where you looked at the behavior and you can see, oh, okay, something triggered, something triggered, something triggered. You can see the state machine like in real time, just like going through the different states. Whereas, I mean, if you look at this, you can identify the different actions that an enemy can take, but you have to really pay attention to even be able to try to figure out what's driving what action each enemy is trying to take at any one time. And because there's a lot of overlapping and interacting elements, like, that's what makes it kind of difficult to isolate and identify and break down. Again, in that like NES platformer example, because most of the enemies aren't really aware of the player character, their behavior just executes kind of in isolation. Whereas in beat 'em ups, and, you know, a game like Doom or something like that, a lot of the time, all of the enemy's behavior essentially exists in relation to the player character. It's like the opposite. Like, if there was no player character, they wouldn't have any behavior. What's up, Cortex? Thanks for the follow. Yeah, we're playing this on Capcom Arcade Stadium. By the way, I should save to keep the high score for next time. But anyway, as evidenced by my continued ranting after attempting to wrap things up like half an hour ago, I could, and I have, go on at length about my thoughts on game design and beat 'em ups and a lot of other things. But I would just say that as far as making a beat 'em up, yeah, it's absolutely something I would want to do. It's one of the several game ideas. I mean, I have this little thing where I have started taking a few notes in. But actually building and creating a beat 'em up is something that I wouldn't entertain trying to do. Like, it would be one thing if I'm collaborating with other people, but in terms of what's in my current skill set, it wouldn't be, for me personally. Like, I think anyone, like, I see so many people who make stuff that is like well outside their reach, but still just fucking going for it, and I have the utmost respect for people who just do that. And I think for sure, like, having a kind of perfectionism and worrying about being able to execute something at a high level before bothering trying to do it can also be super unproductive. But I'm currently on a journey to, like, I have a lot of experience with game development in different regards, but not in making games from scratch myself. I also don't know anything about programming. I'm learning to do stuff in Unreal Engine using blueprints for a number of reasons, and I'm currently making progress, and I am learning, and it's a greatly rewarding experience, but it's also greatly frustrating because I run into issues all the time, and I, like, get stuck on stuff, and I'm trying to make the most basic ass thing, So like, I don't have to elevate to a level of like actual complexity to have enough challenge like that it's already kind of a difficult thing to do. But ideally, hopefully, I can keep going with it, and I keep making stuff that is difficult enough to be challenging, but simple enough to be actually something I can complete, because that's the most important part. I'm not worried about making a good game currently. I'm worried about making a finished game. Like, or worried. I'm concerned with. Like, that's the important part. And if I can make a couple of games, I'm sure I would build up a level of comfort and confidence and, you know, knowing where my own limitations lie, etc. That, you know, maybe at some point I would feel comfortable trying to make a beat 'em up. And I mean, if there are tools that allow me to not have to worry about a lot of the technical stuff, you know, maybe that would be another way. But it's currently, it just doesn't feel fruitful, like, because I would know, I have a vision in my head of how I would want things to look and feel, that I would get too frustrated bumping up against the limits of my skills, and I wouldn't be motivated. So for me, or I would lose motivation. So for me, that wouldn't be fruitful. But hopefully I can reach a point where that isn't the case anymore. And I mean, so far, just making the World of Jiggy stuff for my stream and Jumper, the game I'm currently working on, has been rewarding enough that I'm not worried about that at all. I'm not like moping about the fact that I can only make simple, boring things. It turns out that even making simple things is like super exciting when you make them and you finish them and they work. So, you know, in the meantime, it's fun as a thought experiment, as a design exercise to think out, you know, how you would want things to be. But that isn't really making games, you know. Do I attend retro game exhibitions? I don't know that I've ever been to an event like that. I don't really travel much. I wouldn't be opposed to it by any means. But trying to think of the last time I like attended an event of any kind. Maybe well, technically I went to EGX in London in 2019, but that was not by my own volition. That was during a trip to London that I did with work. For that, maybe going to a fighting game tournament when Street Fighter V was like new. But anyway, I'm gonna make my like 12th attempt to wrap up the stream. Are there many retro game events? There's a couple in Sweden. At least one big-ish yearly one, but I'm pretty sure there's a few others too. Like I know there's one in Gothenburg. But I'm sure there's others. Like I'm sure I've heard of events, but I don't like to keep super close tabs on that kind of stuff. It'd probably be fun, but I'm just like terrible at organizing. Like it's more of a logistics thing. It's not even that I think travel sucks. It's just that like making travel arrangements, it's so much more work compared to not doing any travel arrangements and not doing anything. So it's that's more the reality of it. Well, before I start going on another diatribe, let me go see who's live on Twitch to see if we can find somebody to raid. Today's been fun. SilverFin was pretty entertaining. I'm very happy to have finally made a little bit of progress in Games Bond. I will, as previously mentioned, make some plans to figure out when we're going to do movie night for Casino Royale on Discord, after which point we shall endeavor to play the mobile phone adaptation of it. I also forgot, I wanted to mention real quick that looking through the current input I have received as far as my little backlog project that you see maybe mentioned down there, I would say that the original Tomb Raider stands a good likelihood of being the first game we pick up from that list to play. And that might happen pretty soon. Like, I might be pretty tempted to do that. So maybe we start that on Monday. Maybe we do something else entirely. I don't know. I think probably, quite likely, we might be doing Casino Royale on Saturday stream next weekend. But we'll see. As always, my stream schedule is a little bit made up on the spot. Well, not so much the schedule, but what we are streaming. I do plan to stream Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, but what's happening what day, I'm not exactly sure. But if you want to find information on what's going to happen on upcoming streams, in the rare cases where I know ahead of time, the Discord is the place for that information. So there's a link if you want to hop in there. No worries, Arcadia. No worries at all. I agree. Hopefully, the whatever is going to come out of Final Fight, according to the several-year-old leaks, will be something. I'm very anxious about Streets of Rage Revolution, which I don't necessarily think will be good, but I'm always excited for beat-em-up news. By the way, if you are also interested in upcoming beat-em-ups, I think, this is the link? Nope, that's the wrong link. Do I have a I don't even have a command for this, I think. Nope, but I have a... Hang on. I have a spreadsheet. Oh, there we go. My beat-em-up watch spreadsheet with details on recent and upcoming beat-em-ups. The Phantom's coming out in less than 2 months. That game might not be great, but I'm still looking forward to it. The most exciting beat-em-up for me currently is Space Hunters. And I'm very curious about Double Dragon Revive. But it's absolutely true that, you know, there's been more pretty lousy, middling beat-em-ups than truly great ones. But I like to say that, you know, truthfully, that was probably true at just about any moment in time as well. We remember the good games, but there was a lot of trash out there back then too. So if we get a couple of good beat-em-ups here and there, you know, I'm happy to remember those and not think too hard about the other ones. Phantom's coming out first. It's coming out in February. Lady Death is like 2026. No date really yet, I think. Anyway, I was trying to find stream raid target. Bilbo is doing what looks like Spectrum Night Gaming. That seems thematically appropriate. Magic Knight versus the Off-White Knight. Sure, let's go with that. Still have your hopes up for Rushing Beat X. Rushing Beat X looks dank, but it looks as though the combat is fun. And that's a good sign, in my opinion. I'm excited to get my hands on that for sure. Let's go raid Bilbo. Let's enjoy more night action. And I'm going to go make some kind of dinner. I just realized it's almost 8 p.m. I haven't eaten since like 10. I should make some food, I think. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Today's been a very fun, relaxing Saturday stream. Take care, everybody, and I'll see you guys on Monday or whenever you happen to tune in next. Take care. Thank you very much for watching. Let's hop on that air bike and say goodbye. Peace.